leading jacket on. What do we do with this thing? Give it back to Bev. And here.
Where's the stuff that he threw on here?
There was one in front of me, I don't know where.
Oh, here it is.
Presentation from these guys, or is it just their, it's their, just their submission?
It's just a fairly short submission, isn't it?
It's not, yeah, it's not excessively long.
Amen.
Kia ora, welcome to this hearing. And just before Ngāti Koata get underway with their presentation, today's the first day we are hearing from submitters, and we continue to hear submitters through Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday and early Thursday next week. I just want to make it clear to all parties that we've got a timetable, a schedule that I'll be running through. Most submitters have been allocated 15 minutes. Ngāti Koata have asked for a bit more, have got more time to present to us this morning. And just to let all the submitters know that all the presentations and the submissions that have been filed we've been looking at and reading, and we probably won't have time for most submitters to take us through their very long presentations, but I'll cover that off when we get to that. So just with that pre-announcement, I'll hand over to Ngāti Koata.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Ko mana tapu taku manga, ko Maitahi tuku awa. Ko te tai aurere, tuku moana, ko tainui te waka. Ngāti Koata, Ngāti Toa Rangatira. Ko korohaipau te waka, Ngāti Kuia, Ngāti Apaki rātou. Rangatānei o Wairau. Ko takatimu te waka, nai tahu oku ngā iwi. Ko te tau ihu o te waka mau i tuku rohi. Ko whakatū tuku marae, ko Matapolite tako ingoa. Kia ora koutou, I'm Matapolite, and I have been a past employee of Ngāti Koata. I have represented it on its governance board on many occasions, and I have chaired the trust through the later stages of deed of settlement. Ngāti Koata originates from the waka of Tainui that left Hawaii and arrived in Aotearoa around the 1400s. Tainui was captained by Huturoa and was finally hauled ashore to rest between the two pillar stones of Puna and Hani in Kawhia in the North Island. Ngāti Koata takes its name from the ancestress Koata, who was born around 1617. She lived in Kawhia area, where she had two sons, Kawhuru and Tuwehi, the later becoming Ngāti Tuwehi. Peace initially dwelled amongst the people of Koata as we settled the land, but conflict began to arise around population growth, intermarriages and land boundaries, leading to an exodus of our people from Kawhia in the early 19th century. Ngāti Koata, who formed an alliance with their whanaunga, Ngāti Toa and Ngāti Rārua, also departed. Many Ngāti Koata remain in the Kawhia area today, and we maintain strong relationships with them. The main heke or migration of Ngāti Koata was called Te Heke Whirinui, led by our tupuna, who are known for their military strength. They travelled down the western side of the North Island, and with the support of Ngāti Awa, Koata travelled through Taranaki and continued to Te Waiwai Kapiti or Tararoa, ko Rangatane or Kapiti Island, where we settled at Te Waiaurua. Soon after, Kurahopa tribes of Te Tauihu led an assault on the Tainui tribes on Kapiti. An important leader of the Kurahopa waka, Tutupaurangi, was captured. A Ngāti Koata child, Tafi, was also captured and taken south. With Tutupaurangi on board, Ngāti Koata followed the retreating waka to retrieve their grandson, Tafi. Realising the severity of the situation, Tutupaurangi gave a tuku, ceding to Ngāti Koata in exchange for the safety of his people and the safe return of Tafi. This tuku was accepted by Te Putu of Ngāti Koata. The boundaries of this tuku extend from Clay Point in the Marlborough Sounds to the Trios, to the Jag Islands, over to Takapaurewa, out to Farewell Spit, and back to Whakatū Nelson. Ko manga taputa maunga, ko maitahi dawa, ko te aorere te tai. Ngāti Koata were the first of the 5 northern iwi to establish themselves as mana whenua, and many intermarriages between the people of Ngāti Koata and the original iwi of Kurahopa occurred. I am one of those descendants. Due to colonisation, many of our people became alienated from their coastal lands and moved to Whakatū and its adjoining areas to become one of the major destinations for our education and employment opportunity. Mangatapu the mountain, Maitahi the river, and Te Aorere, the sea coast, are associated with this area and form part of our rich tapestry. Ngāti Koata has maintained customary interest in the northern South Island, a region we often refer to as Te Tauihu. Ngāti Koata continue the migration tradition today and currently live all over the world, although Te Tauihu continues to be our home. In October 2006, the Crown recognised the mandate of Ngāti Koata along with other Tainui Taranaki iwi to enter negotiations for a comprehensive treaty of Waitangi settlement. The Crown signed terms of negotiations with the mandated negotiator around the 27th of November 2007, and on the 11th of February 2009, the Crown and the Tainui Taranaki iwi, including Ngāti Koata, signed a letter of agreement which formed the basis for the settlement. The deed of settlement was initialed on the 7th of October 2011 and signed on the 21st of December 2012. Part of that settlement included the Crown's apology, which stated the Crown regrets and apologises for its failure to properly respect the rangatira of Ngāti Koata. Crown actions, moreover, left Ngāti Koata virtually landless in Te Tauihu and alienated them from many of their most sacred sites. For this too, the Crown apologises. Their disconnection from their lands marginalised Ngāti Koata in their economic development of Te Tauihu and had devastating consequences for our social, cultural and spiritual well-being. Those consequences continue to be felt today. Part of our redress included a cultural redress. Part of that redress includes statutory acknowledgements. Statutory acknowledgements are recognised under the Resource Management Act and the Historic Places Act. The acknowledgements require consent authorities provide Ngāti Koata with summaries of all resource consent applications named in the acknowledgement. Ngāti Koata hold statutory acknowledgement for the Maitahi River and its tributaries. Ngāti Koata had the ability to purchase more than 9,000 hectares of licensed Crown Forest land across Te Tauihu. Ngāti Koata selected the Hira, 45,000 hectares, or 4,500 hectares, and the Waimea, 4,500 hectare Crown Forest lands, due to our long and rich association with these areas. Ngāti Koata's interests and aspirations for the relevant parts of the development. Kaka Hill is close to Nelson City in the lowland hill country of the Maitahi Valley. It's 2 kilometres from the sea and it's 4 kilometres from both the city centre and the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary. Charlins Creek, Kaka Hill is popular with mountain bikers, with tracks running on the ridge tops and down between the areas of significant forests, attracting high level of community interest and connection. Kaka Hill on the eastern face also contains plantation forestry in a lease arrangement with Tasman Pine Forest Limited in a partnership with Ngāti Koata. Ngāti Koata and the Nelson City Council have been working with forest ecologist Dr. Adam Forbes to develop a longer-term vision for the restoration plan for Kaka Hill and parts of the wider Hira forest. This project has the full support of the Tasman Pine Forest Limited, who have committed both in-kind and real financial resources to the work planned. The Kaka Hill Restoration Project links not only to the Project Maitahi restoration work, but is spatially linked to the Te Hoiriri Mountains to the Sea Restoration Project and the Mount Richmond Wild and Conifer Control Project. And the landscape scale work that is envisaged through the Kotahitanga Mō Te Taiao Strategic Alliance. Ngāti Koata Trust Taiao's strategic intent is to maintain, strengthen and develop their kaitiakitanga and relationships with their environment. The management of Te Taiao is dependent on how natural attributes are managed, utilised, preserved and conserved, restored and replenished for their own intrinsic worth against development and impacts of pollution and natural disasters. Ngāti Koata prides itself on maintaining a strong commitment to the environment within their rohi and beyond. Due to the significant past alienation of Ngāti Koata whānau from their ancestral lands and areas of significance, for which the Crown has acknowledged, Ngāti Koata wish to pursue opportunities that will improve the well-being of its whānau by creating pathways to affordable home ownership in areas where they have significant connection. The proposed Kaka Hill vision seeks to deliver on these intents. In the future, this site can expand upon Ngāti Koata's kaitiaki and manaakitanga obligations through direct engagement and participation by its members and partners. The site has the benefit of being within close proximity to Ngāti Koata whānau as they are now, enabling regular access and connectivity, engagement in the restoration actions, and restored biodiversity can enhance their personal well-being through physical exercise and being close to nature. Native plantings, including rongoa species, traditional medicines and tanga species, could enable a sustainable cultural harvest for the treatment of common ailments and broader cultural use. The transfer of knowledge from one generation to the next can be enabled through at-place wānanga learnings. Our iwi cultural connections to the whenua can be explored and celebrated also. Through the multiple iwi partners supporting the project Maitahi restoration, co-led by Ngāti Kuata and the Nelson City Council. The wider community will also benefit from the restoration and engagement with this site. There is extensive recreational interest in this area that includes bathing, walking, and mountain biking. Recreational clubs could be approached to support the establishment of multi-use tracks to facilitate and improve accessibility to our private land. Once established, these tracks could also enable predator trapping network to be implemented to protect native bird establishment in the area as a flow-over of species present and reintroduced within the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary. This could in time facilitate the return of kaka and other native birds to Kaka Hill. Increased native plantings can prevent soil erosion, sequester carbon to improve the water and air quality within the catchment. This could in turn facilitate the New Zealand Government to meet its climate change commitments through inclusion in the New Zealand Emission Trading Scheme and provide future revenue for restoration and maintenance. Alternatively, these credits could offset deforestation penalties for registered production forest retirements. Once restored, this site could enable and facilitate further economic benefits such as apiculture, ecotourism, low-impact sustainable kānuka and mānuka harvesting. In December 2021, Ngāti Kuata Trust was successful in its application to the Department of Conservation's Jobs for Nature Māori Landowner Fund to restore 60-hectare area on the northeast face of Kaka Hill. This project aims to restore a site of high cultural and ecological value on land owned by Ngāti Kuata Trust via its asset holding company, Kuata Limited. The primary focus will be to restore and protect an old forest growth remnant, which historically has provided habitat for kaka, kiwi and kakariki, and still supports kakarawai, miромiro, kiruru and korimako. Forest species present are heavily impacted by many years of neglect while the site was a crown forest, with vine weeds threatening to fell forest giants, and animal browse prevents future regeneration. Pest plant control along with pest animal control will be at the forefront of this project to enable natural regeneration. Targeted planting of taonga species in regenerating forests, buffering the old forest growth remnant will take place to a limited extent, as will the planting in the upper reaches of the Charlans Creek. Cultural health monitoring will be undertaken to form a baseline of forest health and will continue as appropriate for the length of the project. The project will provide employment opportunities, and capacity building for Ngāti Kuata whānau, including training. There is an urgency to address the pest, animal and plant impacts in one of the few remaining primary forest remnants in the catchment. In 2007 ecological surveys, these forests were described as in a perilous state, with old man's beard poised to inundate the forest. It is already thoroughly entrenched and one of the worst infestations noted in the survey of 27 other sites. Work has been undertaken since the return of this area to Ngāti Kuata ownership. Crown funding was sought to restore the health of the sites which contain rare primary forests while there is still time to do so. This project is Ngāti Kuata led and owned. Work this year has begun on the lower reaches of Charlans Creek with the first year of the Pene Amene restoration project. Ngāti Kuata whānau invested in this work and the site has high cultural significance for us. the Ngāti Koata Kaumātua Council has been involved in the Pene Amene site, named after my koro, Benjamin Penea Hippolyte, guiding the project, including its naming. As this project has a connection with the project Maitahi, the work is supported by multiple iwi partners of the Kotahitanga Mo Te Taiao Alliance. If a tree falls and no one's around to witness it, does it make a noise? Well, yes, it does. A kaka will lose its roost. A pile of Fanta will be crushed. And a forest giant that has stood throughout time will be lost forever. But if our people are close to these areas, then they will have the opportunity to actively reduce these pressures and fulfil their kaitiaki obligations. Teach their children about the importance of doing so for the benefit of all. Kaitiakitanga cannot be practiced from afar. You need to be able to connect with the area both physically and spiritually to be able to experience the unique wairua and mauri that exists. Our lost tanga treasures have been enjoyed by all and have greatly benefited the development of Nelson City and its residents. We ask the community to recognise these significant contributions and the impacts that it has had on the well-being of our whānau. Our people need to be able to thrive alongside those that currently enjoy these benefits. They need to be able to re-establish their connections to place and purpose, and they need warm and safe homes to nurture their whānau so they can teach the next generation about their responsibilities. Therefore, I support the Plan Change 28 approval process. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you.
Happy to take questions.
Just before we do Ms McGregor, are you intending to speak, both to speak, or are you just happy to take questions?
Both intend to speak.
As I said, and I'm happy with that. As I said, I'm just mindful. I have to be a timekeeper as well, and I really don't like to cut people short. So I think we have another 10 minutes. So happy if you want to speak, and then we'll go to questions.
Yeah, we've been waiting 200 years, so.
Kei te pai, haere tonu te kōrero. What we'd rather do is hear from you than take up too much of our time with questions that will inevitably be answered by your kōrero that's about to come. So, kei a koutou te wā, me haere tonu te kōrero. Kia ora.
Mai te awa te hoere, ke kuru pongi, ki ngā kiore, ki taka pourewa, whiti atu ki te hiku, o te matau, kua ta taonga, kua ta tanga, kua ta mana e. E ngā mana i ngā reo, e ngā karangaranga maha, nei rā te mihi mai o hā ki a koutou katoa. E ngā mate a te wā, moi mai rā i tō moe ngā roa, oki oki ai. Ko maunga tapu te maunga, ko maitahi te awa, ko aurere te moana, ko whakatū te whenua, ko kākati te tupuna whare, no Ngāti Koata, ko Ngāti Koata te iwi, ko Tainui te waka. My name is Melanie Hinekohu McGregor. I am the chairperson of Ngāti Koata. Our mana whenua status has already been established by Matt's submission and others. However, I would like to elaborate further by saying that when Ngāti Koata came into this region, our rangatira of the time, Te Putu, travelled the rohe with tūtapaurangi in a kaupapa called Takahia Te Whenua. This was a process where Te Putu met with many whānau throughout the region, but it is not limited to these places that I will mention. Ana toto, Te Hoiere, Rangitoto, Matapihi, Whangarai, Wakapuaka, Whakatū, Te Huku o Te Matau, and he became familiar with the region as a new home. Eventually, Te Putu and Te Tūtapaurangi became very good friends. They established a model of peace throughout the land where it could have been a totally different picture. But 200 years on, we still have the peace between us and have practiced this way of life. We pay tribute to these rangatira. Nera te mihi mai o ha kia korua e ngā rangatira e. Ko te putu raua ko tu te paurangi e. Mō ngā whakakite ngā tainua ki tēnei rā, ki tēnei ao. Tēnā korua, tēnā koutou e. The waiata at the beginning of my submission describes our boundary, but is not limited to that mentioned. Our mana whenua status is based on the tuku whenua and peace between our tribes. 200 years on, our relationships are solid. This peace forged with the relationships, and through marriage we have strong whakapapa connections with Kurahaupō tribes, 200 years old, because we have shared mokopuna, we have intermarriages, and between the tribes. This is a standout for us. It is like a woven raranga whariki of colourful strands that depict our difference, but our unity is tightly woven together through our collectivism. What that means is we don't always agree on everything, but on the important matters we have cohesion. We highly regard whanaungatanga and guard this fiercely. The importance of mana whenua status dictates our responsibilities and obligations of kaitiakitanga. And a few examples that we have underway at the moment. Takapourua Co-Management Partnership. Takapourua includes the world's largest tuatara colony, nest-burrowing fairy pyrons, and numerous indigenous bird species, geckos, skinks, weta, and the endemic Hamilton's frog. In agreement with Ngāti Kuata, the Department of Conservation has stationed residential rangers on the island reserve. They've been there since 1989. That was the year the island's lighthouse was automated, ending a 95-year term of lighthouse keeping occupation. Once a year, we call our volunteers from our whānau and our iwi to come to Takapourua and help with the mass planting and revitalisation program. We value our relationship with our taiao and our responsibilities of kaitiakitanga. Lake Moawhitu Restoration Program is another project. The key platforms to this kaupapa are in the planting programs and the ongoing restoration of the lake, fauna and flora of Rangitoto Island. The Moawhitu Restoration Project is a joint venture between Ngāti Kuata, DOC and funders to establish native plantings around the shores of the Lake of Moawhitu on Rangitoto. The aim is to restore the natural habitats of fish and bird species on Rangitoto and clean the lake of pollutants. Ngāti Kuata takes groups of whānau to participate in the planting project. A virtual experience of Lake Moawhitu is set to help iwi members understand the lake's cultural history, water quality issues and restoration goals. Rangitoto ki te tonga, tangata whenua a Ngāti Kuata. We have launched an immersive online experience which allows users to explore 4 virtual worlds of the island's Lake Moawhitu throughout the ages, from pre-human settlement, Māori settlement, present day and 100 years into the future. This experience gives our whānau overseas that may be disconnected to feel some connection to Rangitoto through this powerful experience. One other example, Maitahi Restoration Plan. The vision of Maitahi, or the Māori of Maitahi, is to restore so that native plants and wildlife can thrive within a functioning and connected co-ecosystem. People and communities are inspired to nurture and value the Maitahi as a taonga for the past, present and future generations. This work builds on work that landowners in the catchment and the wider community have been doing for years. Funding has become available, but I want to pay tribute to the people that are here, some of these owners that have provided a kaupapa for Ngāti Kuata, and they are sitting amongst us today, and I refer to, I think it's a CKV project, and also the Harley family. Tēnā koutou katoa. So Kaka Hill sits alongside our forestry block in the Maitahi Valley of the Hira Forest, and it was returned to us in our deed of settlement as under our Waitangi Tribunal arrangements. The projects to restore Kaka Hill and the return of the birdsong is an important aspect to us. It is the health indicator of the natural status of the hill. This is a vision I support. The hill is of significance as a place of wairua, and recently we witnessed a ceremony signing of an MOU for the changing of ownership to Ngāti Kuata from its previous owners. The Kaka Valley housing development is of particular importance as part of our strategic vision to support our iwi members and others into safe, warm and affordable housing. These are our responsibilities as a trust. This development provides us with possibilities only dreamt of by a few of our iwi and out of reach for many others. We iterate the benefits to our community, including walking and running fanatics, mountain biking enthusiasts that utilise our whenua currently for their recreational and leisure activities. Ngāti Kuata sees the possibilities of papakainga developments as desirable. As these are varied in style and need, we support the housing aspirations of whānau. I was born and raised here in Whakatū. We suffered land losses on Rangitoto and job losses, but we kept our relationships with our whānau strong. Our whānau moved to Whakatū from Rangitoto when the school on Rangitoto closed. Our father decided he wanted his children to be educated, to have a better life through good jobs. So we moved to Nelson, and many of our extended whānau followed, initially for education. I am the 12th child of 13 in a large family. My parents, Penny Amene and Maria Tua Hippolyte, also whāngaid many others. However, they loved hundreds of their nieces and nephews as their own children, and our home was always open to them. Their dream was to see our whānau educated, housed, and to love one another through the principles of tika, pono, me te aroha. They left us a legacy of manaakitanga and as paumanaki for this community that they had served in many ways. The establishment of Whakatū Marae was one of their dreams, and this initiative will fulfil the moemoeā of our parents to see our whānau and iwi housed. Currently, housing prices are way out of reach for many, and I do wonder about my own mokopuna. How will they provide for themselves in the future? It is actually projects like this that will make it possible. As a member of this community, I was born and bred here. I was powered and kined here. I am not a visitor. I am a local tangata whenua that has responsibilities as mana whenua, and I support PC 28. He kākano e rui mai I rangiatia. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
So you can hear.
Takiri mai te haiata, ki runga kaka, tū tonu mai rā e koroe. Tirohi ai hoki te tairua, kia rato ai te noho a te iwi e. E tuanau I te ti tapu o maunga tapu ka mātai whakararo ki ngā wai tuku kiri o Maitahi. E ripirere ana ki taku whenua taurikura ki whakatū. I puta I te kōrero mai ana toto ki kurupongi ki ngā kiore ki taka paurewa, whiti atu ki te matau, koata taonga, koata mana, koata tangaie. E ko tainui ko kura haupo ko toko maru. E ko Ngāti Kuata, ko Ngāti Toaranga Tira, Ngāti Kuia, Ngāti Apa ki te rātō, te ati awa tēnei e mihi atu nei. Ka mihi ki oku kaumātua, e noho mai nei I tēnei rā, tēnā koutou. Ka mihi ki ngā kai whakawā I tū, aroha mai. Ka mihi ki ngā kai whakawā, e noho mai nā, e āta whakarongo, e āta whakaarohia ngā kōrero e putana. Ka mihi hoki ki ngā kai kaupau, I kōrero ki mua I au. Ka mutu ka huri aku mihi ki te Māria nei, nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. I'm really nervous. My name is Camilla McGregor and I'm here today to share some of my personal experiences of the Nelson rental market over the past 6 years, which hasn't been great, but is the catalyst for my goal of home ownership. I also want to give voice to the pathway and opportunity that the Maitahi village could provide for me and people like me to achieve that goal. I'm 37 and the second eldest of 5, and I was born and raised here in Whakatū. I have 5 children who are also born here in Whakatū. We whakapapa to 7 of the 8 Te Tauihu iwi, and our ancestral connections to this whenua through our kura haupō lines go back more than 500 years to Ngāti Māmoe, Ngai Tarapaunamu and Sumata Kōkiri, with our tainui and Tokomaru tupuna arriving from 1824. My eldest child was born in 2007 and my second child in 2011. We had a secure rental from 2007 to 2014 when I decided to move to Wellington to study at Victoria University. My third child was born towards the end of the study year, which I completed, but then decided to return home in early 2016. The kids were enrolled in kura and kohanga, and I got a job as a database administrator at Ngāti Koata Trust, where I'm still working. We squished in at mum's while we looked for a rental, viewing at least 2 a week and applying for almost all of them. This went on for 6 months before we finally secured a private rental in mid-July. When the tenancy period expired, the landlord did not wish to renew it, so we were back at mum's for another 6 months while viewing and applying for rentals again. We secured another private rental in early April, but after 18 months, the landlords decided they wanted to return to Nelson. By now, I had had 2 more children, so it was back to mum's for all of us, and viewing and applying for rentals again. We secured another private rental, this time within a month, but after 12 months, the landlords decided to sell. We were given 3 months' notice, and I got straight onto attending viewings and putting in rental applications again. But 3 months were up and I hadn't secured a rental. This was really distressing, and we faced the possibility of emergency housing and going on the social housing wait list, even though we could afford market rates for rentals. I didn't feel living in a motel would be good for my children, so my parents moved out of the family home into a small flat to give my children and I a home. And this is where we are currently living, but it isn't ideal as a forever situation. My experience with renting over the past 6 years in Nelson has been extremely stressful. The rental market is insanely competitive and biased in Nelson. All of the rentals we secured were private rentals. Not one of the property management companies that I applied for rentals with between 2016 and 2021 did a single reference check. I know this because I checked in with my references each time I applied for a place. Unfortunately, a Māori family with 5 kids, 3 kids under 5, even with long-term secure employment, good income, good credit, excellent employment and tenancy references, and actively involved in their community, were not worth a reference check for more than 100 rentals over a 6-year period. But families like us need somewhere to live too. The housing crisis is real and favours families like mine. The need for secure housing is great. The need for equitable opportunities for stable and secure housing is great. I hadn't really given much thought to home ownership before 2016, but my experience with the Nelson rental market has led me to conclude it's the only way to provide my children with genuinely secure housing. Thus, home ownership is the goal. I visited the Kaka Valley site last week. It is beautiful, spacious, bright, sunny, and the vision for this community intergenerational housing development is a welcome opportunity that should be realised. Maitahi Village would help to alleviate the housing crisis in Nelson. Maitahi Village would give people like me and families like mine a genuine and realistic pathway to home ownership. The opportunity for my children and I to have a warm, dry, stable and secure home that we own on ancestral land in a community environment would be an investment in our present and our future, and would do the same for others like us. I therefore support the approval of the plan change. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora tātou katoa. Tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou. Mohi wana kua takoto te kōrero o koutou tupuna, kei mohi a tātou katoa I tēnei ata nō reira, he mihi, he mihi, he mihi. I don't have any questions because I think that you've answered them comprehensively through all three statements, so I'm comfortable with the kōrero that you've put. And I just want to thank you for coming today, acknowledging your people behind you. Tino pai ki te kite ngā maha o ngā mata wahine kei mui a koutou. For days we've looked at a sea of men. So it is lovely to see ngā puti puti kei muri. We all know behind every good man stands an even better woman, so kia ora koutou ngā wahine.
Kia ora. Thank you very much.
Ka pā, ko me te tata.
With you.
Do you want to finish off with a waiata?
Yeah.
That's right, it was powerful, eh?
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Just reinforce that. Rental stories were pretty horrific.
Thank you, everybody. The next speaker we have is Mr. Taylor on behalf of Mr. Bladen. Is Mr. Taylor here? Mr. Taylor, just before you get underway, I just want to clarify, because what I've been given is that you're speaking on behalf of Mr. Bladen, and I note that I think in an email correspondence you're saying you're attaching Mr. Bladen's evidence to your statement, and you are to appear again on Monday. So can you just clarify, today you were just representing Mr. Bladen and...
I'm speaking actually on my own behalf. I'm sorry that we were a bit messy about this, Mr. Chairman.
Well, can just stop there for a moment. If you're speaking on your own behalf, you've got your own slot next week.
Presenting a report that was done for me by Mr. Blade, who's been unable to present it because of that.
Yes, as part of your submission, unfortunately you don't get two bites. So you either present everything next week, or you are simply here presenting Mr. Bladen's view, which we've said we haven't accepted his expert statement. His own submission is a sort of one of those pro forma, and there is a line about noise. So all you can do if you're representative is to say that, and that's as far as we can take it.
Okay, then I will present this report on behalf.
Thank you very much. And that's it. There's nothing more.
So this report,
No, there is nothing more. That's it. I mean, we can't question him, and you're just presenting it on his behalf.
I was understood that I could speak to it, Mr. Chairman.
His submission,
Yeah.
so we have not accepted this statement as expert evidence, whether it's attached to your evidence or his own. And in his submission, he's got a one-liner which says he's concerned about noise. So given he's not here for us to question him, and you're simply presenting his view is in his submission, we haven't accepted his evidence. So there is no more to go here.
Okay, sorry. Can I just give you some context for this? This report was originally done on my behalf.
No, you can't give it context because you're saying it's attached to your evidence. You can raise that next week in terms of context of your view.
Okay. Could I simply say then, Mr. Chairman, that when I did request that I have spot for presentation, I did advise the Nelson City Council that I would be presenting on acoustic matters as they relate to transport, and I did ask them for 30 minutes in order to cover off both of those aspects. So I would make that request again now. I had 15 minutes today, and I think I've been allocated 15 minutes to my report next week, so I would ask that you consider with respect that I'm allowed 30 minutes to cover off the acoustic and the traffic aspects next week.
Well, you have certainly got 15 minutes next week. We did ask for, in our direction, if people wanted more time, to formally request it.
So I did formally request that, but I haven't been told that I've got 30 minutes next week. I've been told that I've got 15 minutes.
Mr. Taylor, just stop and listen to me. Can you provide that written confirmation that you made that request, because it hasn't been forwarded to me?
Okay, I can not later on today if I leave
That's
this
fine.
meeting. Sure.
If you can demonstrate that you have asked for it, we'll need to consider it, although if it was within time.
Okay.
All right, so we'll see you next week.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Then Mr. Gilbertson.
Thank you, Greg.
And again, you're raising issues about cycling and carbon emissions.
That's correct, yes. I have a PowerPoint display too, thank you. Firstly...
sorry, look, I'm sorry to keep iterating. Just before I do it, again, I'm just reiterating that we have allocated 15 minutes.
Yes.
I know your PowerPoint's 19. Great, you've got it.
Yep. Yeah, it is that, but I'll be whipping through them as snappy as I can.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for the time and
You're
the
welcome.
consideration of the hearing panel. Firstly, I'm not an expert witness, but I have over 10 years background in designing cycleways, and particular cycleways for everyone to use. The Great Taste Trail, I've been involved in that for 10 years. I also provide at the moment advice to Nelson City Council, Tasman District Council and NZTA on designing cycleways. And the second part of my submission, I've been a forest campaigner for 35 years and currently sit on the Forest Stewardship Council Standard Development Committee as an expert, giving advice on protection of reserves and native areas.
Thank you.
Cycling is active transport. I'm just going to cover that part, is really where my submission is. There's several parts. I've just chosen some samples. The National Policy Statement talks about providing for active transport. What is active transport? I'll go on to explain that. I think active transport is so that everybody can use it. It's not just mountain bike trails.
No. Walking, cycling, scooters, that sort of thing.
Yep. And the Nelson Regional Policy Statement has similar. And I will return to those words later. Safe and convenient cycling is what we're talking about when we're talking about active transport. The statement also goes on to say pedestrian access walkways, cycleways where appropriate. And I will also explain what I mean by appropriate. I think this is appropriate situation here. The application from the report from Mr. Clark from Traffic Concepts, Bayview Road, he anticipates 8% cycle usage, so expects quite high usage from the subdivision. In fact, that's one of the things that this applicant has championed, is this is close to town, you can bike there, you can walk, etc. Currently Nelson usage, by the way, is 6.1%. Maitahi Road area, he's predicting 20% cycle usage. So that is championing active usage, and that's to be complimented. In the climate section change of the report presented to you from the applicant, there's a quote on the end, active transport modes to be utilised, also provides positive potential positive outcomes. So the active transport is something that they're championing by this subdivision or by this development. NZTA in their comment makes, it says, concentrating development and close to town is really what they're talking about here. It will have increased active transport mode share. So again, another organisation championing that this will have positive benefits for active transport. Right, is this a reality? This is what I want to really look at. What actually happens in Nelson? Do we design for cyclists? Bayview Road, 8% cycles and the predicted 1,575 vehicles a day by the applicant's report. Standard, do we have a standard to draw on to say whether that's actually going to happen or not? Is it good for cycling? There are two main standards in New Zealand that we draw on at the moment. There are other ones being developed at the moment, but there's two that have been around for a fair while. The first is Austroads, which is the one used by NZTA, by most of the councils and things like that. And the other one is the New Zealand Cycle Trail Design Guide. Both of them give good details on cycling, how to develop cycleways for the right users. What do these standards have to say? Gradient. Both state that for desirability and corresponding usage, gradients over 5% need to be restricted in lengths. This is for your average user. This is not for your mountain biker. This is not for your really fit person, etc., who wants to go out and challenge themselves. And ideal gradients are under 3%. So this is the important fact here. If we're talking about active transport, we need to be looking at that as a standard. Safety. Traffic movements over 1,000 vehicle movements a day at 50 kilometres an hour require either off-road facilities or on-road dedicated cycle lanes or wide shoulders. That's what we're talking about if we're serious about cycling in this area. And widths of surfaces and everything else are covered in those standards, but that's not the important ones I'm considering at the moment. I expect anything to be up to a high standard anyway. Austroads extract. Here's a graph out of Austroads. It has gradient along the bottom, length of gradient. 3% slope, so you can have 200 metres plus at 3% before you need a little bit of a rest or something like that. This is good cycling, easy cycling. If you come down to 10% slope, they're actually saying you shouldn't really have more than 20 metres. And this is the sort of thing I've been designing now for 10 years. We try to avoid it. If we get any more than that, people get put off by trails. They don't really bike as much. Bayview Road, 10% slope. In other words, after 20 metres, you're looking for a rest. 1.5 metre wide footpath, not really a cycle trail. And no cycle lanes. There's not even a footpath on the other side of the road here on this corner. So it doesn't really perform to the standard we're after. New subdivision, just at the top of Bayview Road. They haven't even put a cycleway on the side of the road. It's just a narrow footpath again. Cycle access into the Maitahi Valley. This is where we do have a possibility. It's a clean slate. Over the years I've been developing, I'm always restricted by what we have in terms of land ownership, and it restricts what you can do. Here we have a clean slate. The applicant has stated the hierarchy for walking and cycling routes has not been developed at this stage and will form part of the subdivision process. I see some new maps out in that. I haven't had a chance to really study those in detail, but I think that still my comments will probably still stand. This would follow the Land Development Manual. That's how it works in councils. All right. Unfortunately, this document is old and it really doesn't consider cycleways. It says gradients for footpaths and cycleways up to 10%. So it's outdated. It doesn't work. And I'll give you an example of how it doesn't work. It is likely, well, I'll just go back a bit. It is likely that the road would be similar to Bayview Road. In fact, the road that they first drew on the plans was the same gradient as Bayview Road. It was 10%. Ocean View access. I don't know whether all the hearing panel know Ocean View, which is the new subdivision, just the new rest home just on the way out of Nelson, and there's a road there off Waimea Road. Access there, okay, they've done a nice wide cycleway, great. 8 to 10% gradient on that. Unless you've got an electric bike, you're probably getting off and walking. But even if you've got an electric bike, you're going to be going quite slow. People don't like riding that fast, even on that gradient. The top part of it. At the top there is a new cycleway that runs round on that ridge line. Its gradient is virtually zero, but to get to it, it's 11% gradient to get to it. This is drawn on the new Nelson active transport strategy. So, figure, it's not really working. And I've just drawn a wiggly line on here because this is the sort of thing that you need. It may not be that line, of course, but I'm just trying to show you that there's a whole lot of land there. It might be set aside for houses, but it could be done well so it actually goes between houses, around them and everything, and create the right gradients if we're really to make this work. So why do we not design for cycleways? The land development manual is inadequate. It doesn't attend to the issue of providing safe and convenient, that word, it's in the planning documents, cycling despite policy stating that it is required. National standard planning standard for cycleways are largely ignored when designing transport routes and roads. I'm constantly having to tell NZTA their own rules about designing cycleways. We're the poor cousin of cars, is really what it is. The outcome I seek from the hearing panel: if cycles usage of 8 and 20% proposed by the applicants are to be achieved, and that is what they're stating in their application, there needs to be a condition on the applicant, at least one dedicated cycleway, walkway, and this is also for motorised wheelchairs, etc., you know, mobility scooters, because they can't cope with 10%. At between 3 and 5% gradient and a minimum 3 metres wide created to the valley floor. In other words, from the top to the bottom, if it's really going to work. And that obviously can't be done on the Bayview Road side because the land is already tied up, but it could be done on the clean slate. So that's really what I'm asking there. Climate change actions. My background in this area is I'm actually a forest campaigner, have been for 35 years, and I currently sit on the Forest Stewardship Council Standards Committee as an environmental representative, and we deal with the reserves associated with forests, and I've been doing that for 20 years now. This applicant champions the subdivision having higher density and being close to town and being good for the environment. It also sets aside reserves, or have passed them over, for Ngāti Koata to actually deal with forests. However, the thoughts on this are not wide enough. New Zealand is soon going to have to buy New Zealand CO2 credits to actually make the country balance. We produce too much for what we're doing at the moment. We're not going to get to the 2050 schedule, I don't think. So we're not going to be zero carbon neutral by then, so we need to do something about it. NCC has declared a climate emergency. Yeah, what does that mean? It means that we should be doing something about it, not just saying there's a climate emergency. A quote from Professor Bronwyn Hayward, who gave the keynote speaker at the Cawthron Institute on Wednesday night. She said, "If you're declared a climate emergency, you have a moral responsibility to do everything to protect the environment." That's what she actually stated. So I think we need to do something in terms of Nelson. The carbon footprint of the subdivisions. These are very rough figures, and I've probably overestimated the roading a little bit, but 750 units at between 15 and 30 tonnes. You're asking for a little speed here, so I'll try and get through it. 20 kilometres of roading that may only be 10 kilometres, about 36,000 tonnes of carbon produced for this subdivision. The only method we have at the moment for direct compensation is planting forests or native. And I don't necessarily state what sort of forest, I'm just stating probably native forest is what we're talking about, because that's what people seem to prefer these days. A native forest is around 300 tonnes per hectare at maturity. That would equate to about 123 hectares. I take those figures from the default figures for the emission trading scheme. So what we're saying here is we need to do something about 123 hectares. You could discount that, and I think a reasonably good examination of what they're doing, some of the materials, some of the construction, you could probably discount it by about 50% because some organisations are already carrying out their own compensation. Some companies who produce products already carry out direct construction, direct compensation. By direct, I mean actually planting forest. The desired outcome I would like is the evaluation by the applicant, an evaluation, I mean a decent evaluation, a bit better than the scribbles I've done a paper there. And that's not a big exercise. LCAs are available for just about everything these days. It would be not hard to sit down and work out a more detailed explanation how much CO2 will be released by their activity, a commitment by the applicant as to how they intend to directly compensate for this release. Obviously, they've got a partnership to a certain extent with Ngāti Koata, and perhaps the subdivision, as it goes, could pay for the planting, and that's possibly a suggestion. There are other ways of doing it. Set aside the land for each household to contribute as the building is done, say 0.1 of a hectare per house unit, and they actually have to pay for the planting. So that's my suggestion. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Brown, any questions from you?
Thanks for that very interesting presentation. So the carbon you're talking about was the embedded carbon that's involved in building everything.
Yeah, I'm talking about LCA carbon.
Yeah.
So it's the long term, not the actual people who are living there. That's a different equation.
So because it's close to the city, you think there might be some advantages in the long term carbon use because of the transport? We see benefits there?
Yes, there are, but I don't actually see that as what I'm talking about here is the amount of carbon that will be produced in constructing this over the long term.
Yes, I understand that, Mr. Gilbert, so I'm asking another question. Do you see any benefits in terms of it being in long-term carbon use, CO2, due to it being close to the city?
It's certainly better than having them way out in the middle of nowhere. Yes, that's correct. But again, they've championing is the first part. They've championing active transport as a reduction in carbon. I want to make sure that that happens.
Thanks very much.
Just a couple. Thank you very much, and for keeping within your time. That's very much appreciated. Just a couple of comments from me, just in terms of the active mode. If you get an opportunity, the latest version of the provisions that the applicant have provided for has got active. I mean, they will put in some active modes, not so much at the Bayview end, but certainly in terms of from the site to Nelson to Nile Street and Hardy Street, 2.5 metres wide is what they're proposing. And also constructing a shared cycleway bridge across the Maitahi River. So the applicant says to us that they're addressing active mode and they're actually going to put some of those in place as part of their proposal. And also, if you get a chance to have a look at, in terms of planting and revegetation, the applicants proposed quite extensive an overlay, which is to be 100% native planted. Proposal. So I didn't want you to. I just wanted you just to be aware that some, the information might have been updated since your initial.
Well, just on the first one, here's a classic example of watering down the standards. 2.5 metres is not the standard that you would need to comply.
Sorry, it says at least. Sorry, that was I was paraphrasing. At least 2.5 metres. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just one little suggestion, perhaps, that if you really want to see what it's all about cycling, then go and bike up Bayview Road.
Thank you for your presentation. We're just
Thank
going
you
to
for
take.
the time.
Thank you. We're just going to take a short break, and we will be back about 10:45, and then we start with Mr. Jackson. I saw you. That's all right. We're on here in a minute. On time. Thank you, everybody. We'll reconvene the hearing. Mr. Jackson.
Kia ora koutou. My name is David Jackson. I'm a retired planner. I'm not appearing, though, as an expert witness. But I have worked for the Commission for the Environment, the Ministry for the Environment, and Nelson City Council for 20 years, and most recently a major engineering consultancy. And at NCC, I led 2 notifications through the hearing process, the development of the Nelson Resource Management Plan and the Equality Plan. Now, Mr. Chair, I don't propose, you've seen the 18 pages, to read all that. With your permission, I'd propose to take you through it and read some parts.
That's fine. As I said, I mean, we are trying to get people to stick to their time because of the other, so
Yes.
that's appreciated, and we have got your presentation up on our computers.
I have gone through it a couple of times and I did struggle with 15 minutes, but I'll do my best. If there's parts that you want me to skip over, just indicate. So just move to paragraph 8 on the bottom of the second page. The Lower Maitahi Valley to me is a stunning and much beloved, well-used area for walking, cycling, running and picnicking. This is my main submission. I'd like to sort of dwell on this a little bit. I've personally used this area for over 40 years. My family have used the various swimming holes several times a week during the summer. I'm not sure if the commissioners or many of the experts have had the opportunity to view the area in the summer because the formal site visit was in autumn.
Yeah. Just on that, when I read that, we did go in April, but I can tell you it was a glorious sunny day. And you know, Ms. Ratt lives here. I've holidayed here a lot.
Yep.
Very familiar with the location.
Right. I went up there yesterday and it looked terrible. So I've got some photos that I've taken to kind of illustrate it. And the one on the bottom of the page there is Sunday hole on the 3rd of January. It's at 5 o'clock and there was about 50 people swimming in the river and another 30 on, just to show how well used it is, and particularly for families with picnics and barbecues and so forth. And although at Sunday hole, Ralphine Way is just opposite this housing there, it's low density, and the amenity of the Sunday hole and the other swimming holes is really semi-rural, quite peaceful. I think the key thing is that all those swimming holes provide, what I'll say, is free and wholesome fun for people right on their doorsteps, but the doorsteps are not so close that they compromise the value of that place. It's an incredible thing. I think that you've got 3 swimming holes right on the edge of the city, extremely accessible, and should those swimming holes get compromised by the proposed development, both by construction or the changes to the experience, the alternatives are swimming holes in the Aniseed Valley or the Lee Valley, 25 to 29 kilometres away. They're not the accessible things you pop to after work. They're a day trip that you go for a family outing. Just turning over the page 6, there's some more photos there. The photo 3 there is Black Hole, and actually a lot of the fun is out to the left where people are doing things that their mothers wouldn't like off very high trees. Already parent, dare I say. So my submission is that to allow residential zoning in the Lower Maitahi would be a travesty, and one that would be regretted forever, and future generations might well ask who allowed that to happen, and urge the panel not to be remembered as part of those. So to me, the Lower Maitahi is a bit akin to Christchurch Hagley Park, New York Central Park, Wellington's Greenbelt. It's a treasure. To be able to swim and recreate in an essentially rural environment so close to town is incredibly special, and it's something that should be cherished at all costs. And the plan change could change that irreversibly. Once the genie's out of the bottle, it can't be undone. So the change would be both in terms of the experience of naturalness, but sedimentation, pollutants from the housing area once established, and during construction and ongoing, car washing, wet and forget, those sort of things. And sediment and pollutants could travel downstream and may adversely affect the health of the Nelson Haven. And notwithstanding conditions of consent, because I've been in this game for a long time, promises to use best practice during the many years of earthworks and construction, including the installation of infrastructure adjacent to the Maitahi River to service it all, I believe that there will be adverse effects on the river and the haven, and this will be exacerbated with extreme rain events. Threatening also on the horizon, which residential development in Kaka Valley could be a precedent for, is housing development flagged in the draft FDS, I'll just call it that one, for Orchard Flat. Now, Orchard Flat, I put in commas, is the ironically named steep area on the opposite side, the true left bank of the Maitahi River. There's a diagram over the page which I call Figure 1. And the area identified, which if you're looking at that, the yellow portion is Orchard Flat at the bottom of the picture. You can see Black Hole just to get your orientation there. If you go up towards the top left-hand corner, that's Denny's Hole. You'll be familiar with it, I'm sure. And you come further upstream and opposite Ralphine Way is Sunday Hole. And then with the Kaka Valley FDS area, the whole thing in the future could be surrounded, and particularly in the case of the Orchard Flats, overlooked because the housing's up on that. There's certainly a drive for more housing, but where does it stop? Ultimately, there will be a limit to growth. The city can't grow infinitely, but you stop growing when all buildable land's gone, or do you keep back some of which is special as you develop, not just the hazard-prone or the land unfit for development. And the citizens of New York or Christchurch or Wellington must thank their forebears for setting aside and protecting their special treasures. They don't develop them, even though they're flat and conveniently located and would yield lots of lots. They'd be perfect under the FDS criteria. And I argue we should treat the Lower Maitahi in a similar light. In my view, there's no need to make this irreversible decision on the plan change before the panel. Under the FDS, as recommended to the Council, 56% of Nelson's residential growth would come from intensification and infill development. I think intensification ought to be given the chance to work before large-scale and controversial greenfield developments like this are green-lit. I briefly then talk at paragraph 34 about Mr. Petheram's evidence, and I have a lot of respect for him, known him a long time, but I was surprised at his conclusion that it would not significantly detract from development. But I noticed in his analysis at paragraph 35, he's mainly focusing on recreational demands, and there was no consideration of a change in character and amenity, experiential changes for users such as swimmers and picnickers, potential impact on water quality and so forth. And I do just add in there that having read Mr. Greenaway's evidence, that he at least acknowledged effects on water quality will adversely affect swimming. And lastly, at 37, I would just point out that there is some of the recreationists using it are just passing through. They're running or walking or cycling, and it's just a bit of a blip for them. But when it's an experience-based thing like picnicking or swimming, you are there, and the amenity of the place is quite important. I'll just move it on to proximity. Move down to paragraph 39 on page 10. In my views, the proximity to the city of Kaka Valley is overstated. I've walked it, and you can see there at paragraph 40, I said it took me a good 34 minutes at a brisk walk, and that's just at the top of Ralphine Way where I'm at the gates. But if you went further up, it would be 50, 55 minutes maybe. It's not proximate. And the area is very physically separated from the existing built-up area by Branford Park and the cricket ground, and they form a permanent, hopefully permanent barrier between the existing residential area and the Kaka Valley. And I went up there yesterday and had another look just to see whether I got it all wrong. And I really think that housing development in Kaka Valley would be an isolated enclave, completely separate, and I'd wager good money that it would never support a commercial area. So in my view, the Transport Studies estimate of 12% of trips to and from Kaka being walkable is unrealistic. I then touch on non-notification at 44, and I'm opposed to the non-notification provisions. Mr. Lyle argues that they just follow what's in the NRMP, but at 45 I say it should be on the merits and the facts of the case. This plan change is large, highly contentious, and a very sensitive receiving environment. So something specific and tougher. And if the plan change is approved, I'm over the page now at 46, it's vital that public get a further say on how the high level, or what I call vague, proposal in the plan change is implemented. 47, I say, I found the plan change as notified very underwhelming. I would have expected the applicant to try harder given the sensitivity of the environment and the already well-known public concern about the area and the proposal. And I find statements that the development will be an environmental masterpiece not to be substantiated in the application. Under the scrutiny of the public and this hearing process, the applicant has made changes to the proposal and provided more information, but it's still a minimalist and reluctant approach in my view. And I note that the officer doesn't have enough information still to make a recommendation at a 42A report. So I don't think, to me, the applicant has shown they're not particularly environmentally focused, but rather focused on the bare minimum to get their project over the line. But they do respond to public scrutiny in a hearing process to make improvements. And the plan change is at a very high level, and if it is approved, the devil will be in the detail. And therefore, it's my strong submission that the subsequent resource consents, if it was approved, would have to be through a publicly notified process. Air quality at the bottom of the page there, I just note that Ms Sweetman and the planning experts in their joint witness statement misunderstood my submission regarding air quality. I spent quite a few pages clarifying that, but if it's clear to the commissioners, perhaps I could just skip over that. Fundamentally, what I'm saying is burners can go in there as of right, and a whole bunch of them could go in. The applicant has said they'd have a consent notice, but you of course can't impose that in the plan change. And
Correct. Yes. And I
my-
understand the point you're making.
What I'm saying is there should be an additional rule. There is scope for it because I've asked for one, and the NRMP, even though it's a plan change, that's a regional district plan, so it could be done. So that would then save us a bit of time, take us to paragraph 70 under Bayview. And I don't oppose in principle the Bayview portion of the plan change, but I believe it needs much better transport connections, including to Walters Bluff and French Hay Drive. For such an extensive area of land, having road connections only at Bayview and Ralphine, in fact, almost the first extremities you can get is inappropriate, to have nothing in the middle. It would give very poor connectivity, give an over-reliance on cars, and it doesn't really make for a livable city. I'll skip over the specific reasons there under 71, but a road down Walters Bluff, could be used for e-bikes or fit cyclists. At 72, I'm pleased to see that proposed connections been made by the applicant in amendments since the close of submissions, and that's something I sought in my submission. And then down at 74, Mr. Georgeson, consultant transport expert to NCC, agrees, supports the connections, suggests a trigger at the time of resource consent. But over at 75, that's great, but I'm worried about the missing bit then. If the road just goes to the edge of the applicant's land, there's no guarantee that it'll ever be built from there to the stub road on Davies Drive on Walters Bluff. And so that then creates issues for, if it's never built through no fault of the applicant, all the traffic modelling and everything on which you are seeking to make your judgments get all mucked up. And therefore, my submission has always been that if a full connection to Davies Drive can't be guaranteed at the time you're making a decision, then the plan change request should be rejected, unless you can find some way of mandating that. Finally, talking about the Bayview at paragraph 80, I remain opposed to the low density provisions on the Bayview part of the plan change. 1,500 and 800 square metre allotments seem excessive to me. I wonder if there can't be more incentive for a mix of housing styles and sizes even on the hills, e.g. two-storey terrace houses on larger lots rather than single dwellings. But under the rules in the plan, it gets very difficult to do that if you have these large allotments. You can use the comprehensive housing provisions. So my original submission sought removal of those high ones and just drop it down to the normal 400. And I really believe the landscape significance of the Melvin Bayville Hills, and I'd probably cross out Melvin, it depends. The terminology, I don't mean the bit facing the city from Botanical Hill to Walters Bluff. I mean the hills, whatever they're called, facing the sea. so I'd take the Melvin out, I think, is overstated. And I think their development could be softened by the higher hills, for example, Kaka behind, as it is on the Tahuna Hills and the existing other hill developments in the city. And I provide some photos there that I took up from my mega yacht. No, I didn't. But looking towards there, but particularly photo 8, if you compare that, looking at Bayview, looking at photo 9 of the Tahunanui Hills, most people when they fly into Nelson think, isn't that beautiful? Look at the Tahunanui Hills. They just look lovely, but they're framed by a taller thing at the back. The scrappy partial development actually on the Bayview Hill, what I call the Bayview Hills, to me looks worse. So I wonder if there couldn't be more there, and I really think the landscape architects have overcooked it. I appreciate their evidence on this, but and I'm not an expert in it, but landscape's not just a matter of expert opinion. It is validly a social and community construct. I'd just like to see a bit of common sense applied. So I believe the Bayview Hills could accommodate denser development, and that would be preferable to compromising the lower Maitahi and Kaka Valley. And more development, I'm conscious of the impact on Kawata Limited, but I thought more development in the Bayview portion could then partially offset lost opportunities. That's for the company to work out, but I wouldn't like to see winners and losers within that. Thank you.
Can I just ask you an initial question? I mean, and it's a question that we'll probably put to a number of the witnesses, and it's useful given your planning background. There is this view that's come through from a lot of the submissions is about the sacredness, the taonga of the Kaka Valley or the Maitahi Valley and the swimming holes and the recreational activities that go with it. And there's the suggestion that this development will destroy that. Is it because of water quality issues, do you think, or is it because of the closeness to it? Because can I just ask Tony, could you put up the master plan? Because what we've been told in evidence is, it's quite, this development in the Kaka Valley is separated by 60 to 80 metres by a vegetative strip. E. coli is coming down, farming activities is affecting water quality, and this development, in terms of what they've told us, will make it better. Now, I know you dispute that would happen, but what is it that really concerns you in terms of the loss of this sort of amenity of that recreational area?
It's the change in the naturalness of the area. It's the extensive earthworks and fill that will be required over many years. In my experience of seeing that despite sedimentation plans, they don't always work. It's then the ongoing runoff from housing and so forth, the wet and forget and so forth. I appreciate that there's proposed to be wetland.
I don't know with you how much you've engaged in the provisions, because we've been told in terms of the current plan provisions, there's no requirement for a lot of this stormwater control from the sort of things you're talking about, but this proposal will. So if I just put it to you, if it was done appropriately, and what we're told there will be improvements in water quality, and it's sort of and this development is set back significantly from Denny's Hole and Black Hole and others. That's what I'm trying to understand. And also they're saying because there are much more green space, there's much more recreational opportunity because it's currently private. What actually is, in essence, then, the real concern?
It's the change in the character. And
right, okay.
So
right.
if you think of my Hagley Park or Wellington Greenbelt sort of thing, but there are also those other effects during construction and ongoing, and it's the proximity. I appreciate that it'd be screened and so forth. And people might say, why are you worried about Sunday Hole? It's upstream, but all the traffic goes in there, so you've now got a few houses that might go up there. You could, if you look closely at some of my photos of Sunday Hole, you can see there's even cars parked on the road because it's so popular. Mm-hmm. So it's all of those things, and there's also the precedent effect where I talked about the Orchard Flat area, what the council has in mind maybe for that to become. So it's the...
That's fine. I mean, you as a planner will know it, and I'm sure Mr. Marston, the lawyer, will talk to us and say that a plan change will not cause a precedent effect. I mean, if someone wanted to rezone land, they would have to go through the whole the whole process. But what you're simply saying to us, I assume, is that if this goes ahead, it's more likely more will happen.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
that's right.
Thank you, that's clear to me. Any other questions for Mr. Jackson?
Yes, Mr. Jackson, I was wondering, were you here yesterday? Did you hear the discussion? There was quite a bit of discussion that we questioned the experts about likely effects on Denny's Hole, and there was quite a bit of discussion about that. Did you hear that?
No, I was only here for the opening, Mr. Marston's opening.
Anything further from Mr. Jackson? Thank you for your statement. It's very clear what you're asking for, and your statement of evidence was good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And is it Ms. Bray? Stuart Bray?
Is that on? Have I got it? It's got a red light. Am I okay? Yeah. I actually have two submissions quite unrelated to each other, although as we know everything is related. And this first submission of mine gives you a bit of my background. My name's Gwen Struick and my doctorate is in plant and animal ecology. My published research is in life history studies of forest and grasslands plants and New Zealand fisheries, and that includes multi-species estuarine fish study of an estuary in Marlborough, which we did from 1971 to 2014. That's 43 years, and at the time of publication was certainly the longest such study in the world. I was very pleased in reading the Sweetman report that there was a recognition that what happens up valley eventually affects the receiving waters of Nelson Haven Pareroa. Now, Pareroa is called that because it means the breadbasket. And of course, the haven, Nelson Haven, is the reason that people settled Nelson in the first place, whether they were Polynesians or European settlers. It is the estuary of the Maitahi River. And my interest in the haven goes back over half a century. I'm a founding member, I'm still on the committee, of Friends of Nelson Haven and Tasman Bay. We started in 1973, that's almost half a century ago, with just one objective, and that was City Council's plan to infill the whole of the haven. And I have a copy of that plan here. And in my original submission late last year, I have a reduced photocopy of that there. So enough of us were concerned with this. To make a long story short, it dramatically was stopped. However, a third of the haven is filled in, and if we were in Civic House today, we would be on infilled estuarine land. So I have a concern for Pareroa, and I was delighted to see that there was a recognition of its impact. And one of the major impacts, of course, has got not only the pollution, but especially the sediment that's going to come down. And already the haven, its productivity is very compromised. Now, we knew already back in the 60s that estuaries were among the most productive ecosystems on Earth, comparable to tropical rainforests, depending on where they are. The difference is that the way you measure productivity is the dry matter produced per area, per meter usually, square meter, per year. So you can compare productivity of any ecosystem or any land use for that matter. and in general, estuaries are 4 to 10 times have the productivity of adjacent land. And people, of course, thought estuaries in those days were something you filled in. And this is what we wanted to stop, and it has been slowed down. So I know for a certainty that any development that you're going to put in is going to put sediment in, there'll be accelerated erosion and more sediment put into not only the streams, but in the receiving waters. And at present, the productivity of not only Nelson Haven, but the whole of Tasman Bay is impacted by this sediment. And in fact, the filter feeders are having trouble surviving, whether they are the bryozoan reefs, which the fishing industry has successfully destroyed a large part of. These are corals, which are filter feeders, and of course the shellfish that we all know. And I suspect that almost all life at some times, if not a filter feeder, is feeding on plankton. I took, about 70 years ago, I took a course in invertebrate embryology, and the initial stage of life of many fish, for example, depend on clear water, and we don't have that in the bay, and we certainly don't have that in the Haven. And I want to refer to David Attenborough, who at the age of 93, and having observed the world's ecosystems over the past 70 years, states, human survival depends on reversing the trend of the past century, and especially the last 20 years, where ecosystems have been changed from the biodiverse wild to the monoculture tame. And this will be yet another insult. Now, we will have the planners or the engineers or whoever say we can contain all of this sediment that's going to down, but I see the streams of Nelson after every rain, and they are dark with sediment. So I don't believe them. The other subject that I'm going to speak of is about housing. And although Ngāti Koata, I found their submission incredibly interesting, both in terms of their concern for restoration and, of course, their history, and especially the need for housing in Nelson. And I'm very aware for it. I mean, there was a community action network which weekly had talks on how we can have Nelson with adequate housing. So now I'm talking as Gwen Bray, a ratepayer of over 50 years, and I'm concerned with affordable and appropriate housing. And I don't think this development fulfills adequately in these two directions. And since making a submission, I get inundated every week, several of these very expensive, slick advertising for retirement. So obviously, there's a surplus of that. And I do know those developments have had a devastating sediment load in our streams over the last years. And I would like to see those service departments, these retirement villages converted to what is needed and affordable. Because these outfits claim that they don't have enough people, the people to service it. And the need is for families and for homeless. And these are outfits that could be converted without any further development in Nelson, certainly before developing that. Now, in this week's Listener, when I say this week, it comes out tomorrow. That is the listener, and they have an editorial, which is invited editorials. And this particular one is Professor Arthur Grimes, who holds the chair of Wellbeing and Public Policy, School of Government at Vic University. And he states, "We know from well-being studies," this is a quote, "we know from well-being studies that relationships with family and friends are the strongest determinants of people's happiness and welfare." Having retirement villages, now I'm 90, and I know
Can I just step in?
Yes.
We are not considering
Oh, sorry.
specific retirement. We're talking about whether this land is appropriate to zone it for some housing.
Yes, and I'm saying we have other alternatives, and I'm giving one. Another one I'd like to make is there is a sea of recent houses built in what was formerly orchards, and they're all one story. And with the Community Action Network, they showed a lot of developments, and they're almost all, the basement, the ground level is usually for the cars and the boats and whatever, and then people live above. It's evident that all of these houses could well have a second story put on them, and I've asked architects and builders that this is quite possible. We don't have land anymore. That's a 19th, 20th century concept, that there's infinite land to build on. It's very important that the developments that we do be green, brown fields, that is where we already have the infrastructure. There's sure as the land out there if we put second stories on them. So I have two suggestions as alternatives to building what I think is appropriate and affordable housing.
Thank you. Are you happy to take questions?
I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions?
Thank you for that presentation, and certainly appreciate the issues with sedimentation in the Haven. One of the propositions of the applicant is that their proposal will actually reduce sedimentation coming out of the Kaka Valley, and I just asked our audiovisual people to put this structure plan slide up. So on that, the section on the right there, which is currently a mix of, you'd call it scrub, I guess, and rural land, and a lot of the area up towards the top is now being proposed as rural revegetation overlay, which would be replanted in native vegetation, and that's where Kawata have a particular interest in some of that. There is also a green overlay on some of the residential areas. Admittedly, when you are in a construction phase, there is sediment issues, and the applicant has addressed that. The question would be, is it adequately addressed? And I don't expect your comment on that, but I guess my question would just be, with significant revegetation of areas, is it not conceivable that the sedimentation from this valley may actually be reduced rather than increased?
You're absolutely right, and I think that area should be restored and regenerated. I don't see, and for this I want to tell you about the Biodiversity Forum of Nelson Council, which has been going on for about 15 years. It's a wonderful thing, and I know that Mr. Hippolyte for a while was attending. And out of that came the Nelson Nature Project, in which there's a lot of restoration work done, and I have admiration for City Council in the way they've done that. And this is the kind of project, if there's any money, that should be done. This does not justify putting houses in there also. I'm absolutely in favor of anything that will reduce the sediment load. And I don't think that housing developments will do that, quite the contrary. And I think it's a shame that it needs to be done in that order, that you justify. And I noticed that Ngāti Kawata, I would say roughly 90% of their presentation was sound ecological stuff. I'm delighted to hear it. And the affordable housing thing, which I think is incredibly important, has other solutions before we go to wrecking what we have left. because I've watched 50 years of what's happening to our Nelson coastline, which reminds me, we have a website, and we've got our history for the first 34 years and the subsequent 10 years, and I'm happy to make those available if you'd like a hard copy, but it is on our website, which also tells of the research that we've done and our current projects in terms of the coastline for the top of the South.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Bray, thank you very much for your evidence. I just have one question, and it's, you know, in light of your experience and your PhD in ecology, and you've talked about previous developments and the concerns that have been raised for you in terms of erosion and sedimentation. But I wonder if you're familiar with the applicant in this case has talked about introducing policies, I guess, that improve what the NRMP already has. So it's certainly in this area, in terms of this development, some of those policies are around a requirement to adopt a water-sensitive design to achieve freshwater outcomes, and to be consistent with the new MPSFM or National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, which is around Te Mana o Te Wai and respecting those important values. I wonder if you're a bit familiar with those new values, new guidelines, new policies, and whether you think that there would be some benefit in the fact that, you know, keeping the applicant tightly to those types of improvements and guidelines.
My experience is, in the coastal work that we've been involved with over the last 50 years, is that all kinds of good conditions are put on. I don't find that they are often monitored, and I certainly know of a lot of evidence that even the basic stuff has been ignored. And I don't know anything about this particular thing, but I have learned to not trust the follow-up. And, you know, I can't blame, we're dealing with 3 unitary councils, and they vary greatly, and mostly they don't have the time, the energy, perhaps even the interest, and they have pressures on them, so that monitoring it in the first place and enforcing it in the second place is almost non-existent in many cases.
I do understand what you're saying.
Yes.
It's certainly not our job as decision makers to assume that the council won't do theirs. That's not something we can take account of.
I realise.
But I wonder if it gives you some comfort. You highlighted the kōrero that you were really impressed with Ngāti Koata's aspirations around ecology, and you, as you say, 90% of their presentation was about the importance of restoration and supporting the biodiversity outcomes. They have talked about cultural monitoring and the need to have cultural monitoring as part of this development. Does that give you some comfort that they certainly will be involved in monitoring to ensure outcomes in terms of Te Mana o Te Wai are achieved?
Okay, my experience, or no, it's not experience, but being aware of the difference between present day Maori consciousness, that's the word I'm looking for. At my age, so often words just aren't there. It's the consciousness is now so different to what it's been over past decades. And as a result, the iwi that I know a little bit about or have watched, and watched is the wrong word, I have taken a Te Reo course in an attempt to understand Indigenous feeling and understanding. And there is no doubt in my mind the importance of it, but I find that they are way overstretched, and particularly on environmental matters, that their knowledge, first of all, they have to recover a lot of it, and even once recovering it, everyone wants a part of it. Every thinking person wants a part of it. And this is why I took the te reo course. So yes, their involvement is incredibly important. Their influence, I'm not sure how much it is.
I understand your view.
Yeah.
I'm certainly mindful that there are policies that the applicant is proposing to ensure that mātauranga Māori, that knowledge is actually properly reflected and respected as part of this development. So that should give you some level of comfort that that will be captured.
I'm delighted.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gooch, for your submission.
Can I just quickly intervene,
Oh, sorry.
Chair? Mr. Lyle and I had proposed to spend some time today starting to have a look at the drafting issues. If we may, are you okay if we
Yes, thank you.
do that now?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sweetman. Ms. Bell. Ms. Kia ora, welcome. Okay, we've got it in front of us. Do you have Ms. Bell's PowerPoint? Oh, there we go. Now again, thank you for the PowerPoint, and I'm just reminding, I think you've got 19 slides, so again, within 15 minutes, and leaving, I mean, one thing that we find much more benefit being able to question witnesses, but if you take up all your time just with a statement, we don't get the time, so.
No, I'm fairly confident I can rattle through it.
Right, thank you.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Jaquetta Bell, tōku ingoa. I've actually made some changes to my written presentation to address a couple of points made here in the last 2 days, and I'm also concerned that opposition to the subdivision is being framed as racist, and I don't want to take any risks on how my comments could be interpreted. I've lived in Nelson since 1982, for the last 20 years, just 2 minutes walk from Gurley's Hole, the most accessible swimming hole on the Maitahi River. One of the grandmas in my whānau attended Nelson College for Girls in the 1920s and could remember competing here in the school swimming sports. I walk or bike on the riverbanks almost every day. During the COVID lockdown of 2020, the peace of the Maitahi Valley was for me, as for many, my refuge and the saviour of my mental health. I've been a member of Friends of the Maitahi since 2014, when the group was activated in response to no swimming signs going up at popular swimming spots due to the presence of toxic algae. So I've got a couple of extra points here. On Wednesday, Mr. Parsonson stated his confidence the river can flush additional sediment. In fact, though the water may run clear after a fresh, sediment has built up on the river floor. Cawthron research says this creates the substrate where toxic algae bloom in warm weather and low flows. Pine harvesting means the river is past its ability to handle the existing sediment load. And Dr. Gwen Struick has covered the impact of the sediment on Tasman Bay. Secondly, yesterday Mr. Lyle talked about the realignment of Groom Creek, a Friends of the Maitahi Nelson City Council project. The creek was not shifted for convenience, it was moved back to its original course as part of a wetland restoration. In my role with Friends of the Maitahi, I take part in community planting days and in plant care and education. In the wider community, my conservation work includes trapping on the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary and as a member of BirdLife on the Grampians. I worked on a series of videos for the Nelson City Council on the history of the Maitahi Valley. I am privileged to have spoken with older residents and to have recorded the late John Mitchell on the importance of this valley to tangata whenua. I also interviewed renowned author Maurice G., who has set books in the Maitahi Valley. He was one of the original members of Friends of the Maitahi, and he's a strong supporter of Save the Maitahi. I was honoured last year to receive a Queen's Service Medal for my work in conservation, the community and the arts. I would dearly love to acknowledge the respect I hold for the Maitahi River in my mihi, but I've been taught in my te reo class that this is a privilege only for Māori. We would all like to put our trust in the Development Consortium and its stated aim of respect for te mana o te wai. But no matter which way I look at it, or how much I read of the information submitted in support of the plan change request, I cannot see that the health of the river is paramount in this application. The evidence of Roger Young from Cawthron for Friends of the Maitahi, the evidence of Tectus Consultants for Save the Maitahi, the reservations of the planning consultant Gina Sweetman, and the statement from Graham Ridley on sediment made on Wednesday support this view with science, engineering, and knowledge of planning regulations. I know I cannot claim the Maitahi River as the river of my ancestors. My focus instead is on being a good ancestor to my own moko, who are 7th generation New Zealanders. That is why I'm here before you today, and I thank you for that opportunity, for your attention, for your amazing research and knowledge, for your wisdom and your commitment to doing the right thing. So I'm just going to summarise some of my reasons for opposing PPC 28 as outlined in my written submission. The swimming holes. The Maitahi swimming holes are hugely popular in our hot Nelson summers. If 750 houses are built in the rezoned area, the stormwater runoff and pollutants will inevitably make the swimming experience less pleasant and possibly make the river unswimmable. Even if not a single household tips paint down the drain or washes their car with detergent, the warming effect alone of stormwater coming off houses and roads will affect water quality as raised in Cawthron evidence for Save the Maitahi. In Nelson, we are privileged to have a green and leafy river valley within easy walking distance of the city. This is thanks to the foresight of early town planners, lobbying by citizens as far back as the 19th century, a property deal done in the 70s with Queenie Richardson, and the generosity of Nelson benefactor Thomas Cawthron. The rural character, tranquility, and amenity value of this area must not be squandered and must be protected and preserved for the benefit of current and future generations. The plan change proponents say the housing will scarcely be visible, but there will be noise, additional traffic, and many other impacts on the peace and tranquility of the valley. The Maitahi Valley has a vital role of providing quietness and green space that is essential for people's health and well-being. As we intensify housing in the city, this green space will be even more important. Its essential nature to our health is now recognised by psychologists and the medical profession. If the plan change is allowed, it will be the thin end of the wedge. The quiet tranquility of the valley will be gone. Housing developments will creep upriver. Orchard Flats are tagged in the 2022 FDS, and if the peace of the valley goes, Nelson will have lost a taonga. Opportunities for intensification of existing built areas should be encouraged to prevent urban sprawl and green space. The critique of council's flawed population data, as submitted by Save the Maitahi, shows there is sufficient land for housing in the Nelson region without developing the Kaka Valley, I think up until 2050. Flood risk and climate change. When I did the video series on the history of the Maitahi Valley, retired city engineer Matt Crampton described how in 1970 Nelson suffered a 3-day flood that cost 2 lives, isolated the city, took out 4 bridges on the Maitahi and undermined all of the others. At the peak of this flood, the Maitahi was running bank to bank across what's now Brantford Park, and when forced to narrow at Clouston Bridge, it formed a second branch 4 metres wide, which forged down Nile Street, through Homes and Gardens, down Pitt Street, and across the Botanic Reserve, going on to flood streets and homes in the wood. Even though the flood predates the dam, Matt Crampton assures me the dam would not stop such flooding if the rain was severe over a period of days as it was in 1970. And of course, climate change makes such severe weather events more likely, as seen this year in Sydney. The developments planned, earth moving and constructions of roads and buildings are not consistent with the decarbonisation pathways required to achieve net zero carbon by 2050. There's no detail in the PPCR of the type of housing planned, but the usual style of the developers involved has only the minimum eco measures required to meet the building code. Nelsonians first heard about this development when we read in the Nelson Mail that council was putting in the stormwater upgrade putting the stormwater upgrade forward as a 25 million post-COVID shovel-ready project. The consortium's also seeking government Māori infrastructure accelerator funding. Neither of these have been approved, leaving the infrastructure likely to become an unreasonable and inequitable financial cost to the community. If the plan change does go ahead, there must be provision for notified resource consents at every stage of construction to allow the public to have a say and to protect the river. The people of Nelson have not been listened to. I'm one of over 13,000 people who have signed the petition against the rezoning of Kaka Valley, one of the largest petitions in Nelson's history, and yet one which has been ignored by the Nelson City Council. Mr. Hill, on Wednesday when you introduced the panel as independent commissioners, you said at this stage of the plan change, the council per se does not have a view. The Mayor, in fact, refers to the development as a partnership between council and the consortium. We are living in a precarious world where the balance between nature and man-made change is at a critical point for the survival of our species. There is little we can do to make a change at a global level, but we must do all we can to protect our own backyard. Commissioners, please reject PPC 28 and ensure that the water quality and biodiversity of the Maitahi River and the amenity value and recreational use of the Maitahi Valley and its tranquility is protected and preserved for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have questions of Ms. Bell?
Actually, I don't have any questions, but I want to thank you for a very well thought out presentation and acknowledge your QSM. Mihi atu ki a koe.
Thank you.
Just one question from me, and again, I think your presentation is clear, and you really have focused largely on the health of the river and these broader amenity issues. And then we've heard from this morning Ngāti Koata and others about this need for affordable housing. What's your advice to us in terms of what the applicant's saying is this will provide land for affordable housing and we will protect the environment? And I accept that you don't think that second part would happen. Where should more houses go?
I've been involved with the group that Gwen mentioned, Community Action Network, and working on the issue of affordable housing in Nelson for many years. And I don't envy you commissioners and your job of saying yes or no to this, and you don't have the ability to answer the conundrum of affordable housing, unfortunately. The government is making some steps at a higher level to encourage intensification, but when you look at the map that the developers have put up with everything divided into neat grids, they may as well have dollar signs on every grid because it's that easy for them to do a greenfield development. A brownfield, which Gwen advocated, is much more difficult, but it's where we must go. When you buy a town lot and utilise the buildings or demolish the buildings and do something else, it's not as clear where the return is going to come, and that's why people look to greenfield development for affordable housing, but it's not something we can keep on doing. And I honestly feel like I was involved with Friends of the Maitahi in the first meeting we ever had with this consortium, and we introduced the concept to them of affordable housing. They hadn't thought of it. They didn't know about community housing. I'm sure all this would have come later. It was a very early stage in the thing. But it's not a good place. It's not a good place to live on the flat land of Kaka Valley where they're crowding the houses in. And they have also gone for the Māori infrastructure accelerator funding that they've gone for. And I would be surprised that they get it, given that, all admiration to Ngāti Koata, and my links with that, we go back a long way. They are a small portion of the total land holding, so it would be unlikely for them to get the Māori infrastructure funding. And Hemitoia has stated that there won't be, and it's in the Nelson Mail, there won't be affordable housing unless they get that funding. So more things for you guys to think about.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And Ms.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tēnā koutou. My name is Marie Charland. I live in Nelson and care very much about its people. My professional life has mostly been as a tenancy mediator, so I have a good understanding of housing issues. The implications of the proposed plan change have forced me to focus on what wellbeing means and what impact such a large housing subdivision in the Kaka Valley would have on the Maitahi, Nelson and its people now and in the future. I'm here today to tell you about what the Maitahi means to myself, my family and my friends, and to help you understand how devastating such a subdivision would be to Nelson and its people. The Maitahi Valley has been ever present in my life. My family's connection to the valley commenced in 1862 when my great-great-grandfather, James Henry Charland, purchased land in the area now known as Charland's Gully. His property, Greenlands, was steep and covered in native bush. He acquired 213 acres, cleared enough bush to run sheep and cattle, and construct water races from the upper reaches of the gully around the hillside to provide sufficient water to run a flax mill that he established on land he leased from the Richardsons. In later life, he moved downtown to the lower reaches near Collingwood Street, and his sons James and George continued with the farm and the flax mill while establishing other mills in the top of the south. In 1913, James and Jessie, my great-grandparents, purchased land on the banks of the Maitahi by Clouston Bridge on Nile Street, where they established another flax mill and rope walk, but that was short-lived. Ironically, given the current concerns about the PPC, the then City Council was seemingly more enlightened than the current regime, as it promptly closed the business down, citing noise and pollution of the river. On their marriage in 1928, my grandparents moved to a house beyond the Charland's Gully flax mill. Most of us will have never been in this area. It's a fairly difficult land, where they managed for a time to eke out a living on the land. In 1936, during the Depression, after 74 years of Charland ownership in the Gully, they sold to Queenie Richardson and left the Maitahi. While that ended Charland holdings in the Maitahi, my grandfather continued his relationship with the valley until his death. With Jack Bennett, from another early Maitahi family, he worked the Tantragee over into the Maitahi, felling trees, removing timber with a horse and sledge, and also a chute that they constructed on the Maitahi side that emerged just north of the Sunday Hole Ford. The timber was sold for firewood, and Queenie received royalties. My own relationship with the Maitahi is layered with many Charland legends, some very not likely to be true, but also as an urban kid growing up on the banks of the Maitahi. We spent hours in the river lifting rocks to catch cockabullies, nighttime eeling on our bikes up the valley, making huts in the Scouts Gully, bonfire nights at the quarry, pig hunting up Kaka, floods and floods, walking my dog and swimming. From Gurley's Hole to Bennett's, to Black Hole, to Denny's and to Sunday Hole. This on repeat, all day, every day, all summer, year after year. Despite not being raised in Nelson East, my own children have their own relationships with the Maitahi. Family picnics, swimming, games of backyard cricket, like most other Nelsonians. Clara walking and running her beautiful dog, Greta on training runs up and down the centre of New Zealand, up Charlands, up Packers, Oscar on his bike, cricket, dabbling in golf. Late last year, COVID conspired to force the cancellation of his marriage, but it was the Maitahi to the rescue when Oscar and Lucy were married in a family wedding overlooking the valley, adding to our family history, a family that has the Maitahi River flowing in its veins, our Turanga Waiwai. So while my grandparents, great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents relied upon the valley for their livelihoods, later generations of my family have relied on the Maitahi for recreation, peace, solitude, getting back to nature. We treasure the Maitahi for its landforms. It gives us a sense of place and identity. The valley is the green backdrop to our lives, visible throughout the city, a wonderful visual connection that says, this is Nelson. Kaka Hill is the dominant focal point heading up the valley, a constant comforting landmark in a changing world. Kaka gives us a taste of things to come, chiaroscuro, light and dark, open and closed, expansive and more intimate. Magnificent too, the frequent mist, moody, brooding, cold. Imagine what Da Vinci or Caravaggio would have done with such beauty. How lucky we are to see it each and every day. How proud I am to take friends from away up the valley. They are envious of our taonga, such a beautiful rural idyll so close to the city. Heading up the valley from Clouston Bridge immediately invokes a sense of calm, of quiet, of freedom, of open green spaces, of solitude, of fresh air. There we leave our urban lives behind. We walk, we bike, we run, we walk dogs, picnic, sit, read quietly, all for free and all in relative safety. The Maitahi hasn't been blessed by being granted personhood, as has the Whanganui, but to us the river is a living being. The river has mana and Māori. The numerous swimming holes in the Maitahi are walking distance from the city. I close my eyes and I can see generations of Central School kids walking up Nile Street with their beach towels and nowadays their colourful hats, heading for an afternoon of fun at Black Hole or Denny's. Summer in Nelson. Much of what I love about the Maitahi is the way it embraces so many different forms of recreation, from individual pursuits to organised events. When I was young, the valley was used by hikers, hunters, people fishing, horse riding, runners, swimmers and picnickers. Now the pursuits are more varied. The valley has the ability to embrace people's changing needs and interests. Golf is popular again. Mountain bikers are now commonplace. COVID-19 and lockdowns brought new people to the valley. What a perfect foil for the pandemic. The Maitahi caters for us holistically. Physical, mental, spiritual, social needs. We derive this nourishment from a unique place, a place that is much greater than the sum of its parts. I move on to the Council's response to the issue of urban sprawl in the Maitahi. Adequate consultation is a crucial aspect of any democracy and an essential statutory requirement. Unfortunately, the City Council has completely failed to discharge its duty of consultation. Generations of Nelsonians have spoke and expressed a strong desire to keep the Maitahi rural. Despite this clearly articulated view, the 2019 Future Development Strategy, which lacked transparency, seemed tailor-made for the proposal that is now on the table. Nelson was taken by surprise, but in the 2 years since the Council's intention has been made clear, a grassroots movement has formed, and Nelsonians again say, hands off the Maitahi. Hundreds of people made submissions against urban sprawl to the Maitahi in the 2022 version of the FDS, but all to no avail. Nothing but a yes, but response, with council staff and council leadership continuing to ignore the views of Nelsonians and other valley users. There is no mandate for a subdivision in the Maitahi. The proposed plan change threatens all that we value in the Maitahi and should be rejected. It does not comply with the Resource Management Act in many critical aspects, and if the subdivision was to proceed, that failure to comply will have an adverse effect on the lives of myself, my family and my friends, Nelsonians. The site of the proposed subdivision can be viewed from the Maitahi Valley, the central city and of course the iconic centre of New Zealand. The views are green and rural and will be destroyed by excavation, housing, roading and the movement of thousands of vehicles. The proposal isn't an extension to an already existing urban area or a subtle modification to a natural environment, but a wholesale carving up of the beautiful backdrop to Nelson. Replacing that rural idyll with urban sprawl is unthinkable. The peaceful rural sounds of the Maitahi will change forever if this proposal is allowed. The valley will groan under the sound of urbanisation, firstly with years of excavation and construction, and then the noise of urban life. Cars, motorbikes, sirens, alarms, rubbish collection, lawnmowers and leaf blowers. The silence of the valley today will be gone. If the proposed plan change is permitted, what will happen to our wonderful river? Already struggling because of the negative effects of the pine plantations and the dam, somehow the Maitahi remains a life force for the valley in downtown Nelson. Hundreds of houses in the Kaka will inevitably create pollution from the massive excavation, the construction work, from sewage, sedimentation and stormwater runoff, from garden sprays, fertilisers and all the other conveniences of urban life. The river and its fabulous swimming holes, Girlies, Black Hole and Denny's, will all be adversely impacted by a subdivision in the Kaka. The deterioration of the downstream swimming holes will naturally lead to Sunday Hole becoming overpopulated, and the essence of the Maitahi will be lost. So what does that mean to our people? The Maitahi is Nelson's last rural valley. Should we carpool and drive to Brightwater to find a swimming hole? The proposed plan change throws up too many unanswered questions, too many ifs and too many buts. Mitigation is not protection. There is still much to be discovered about our historical heritage in the Maitahi and along its riverbanks. Time and successive floods means that already much has been lost. The excavation of metre after cubic metre of soil and then the tonnes of concrete that will replace the landforms will surely remove any remaining traces of our historical heritage. What of the Chinese gardeners at Almond Tree Flat, Nellie's Flat, and then later on their market gardens around Denny's? The greatly increased traffic that would ensue if urban sprawl into the Maitahi is allowed is one of the most dangerous aspects of this proposal. The cost to Nelson and Nelsonians is too high. The developers claim that many residents of the proposed Kaka subdivision would bike and walk to their schools and places of work. This is naive at the best. The likelihood that families will send their youngsters down the valley on foot or by bike in the depth of a Maitahi winter to a school on the other side of town with all the increased traffic that the subdivision will create is pure fantasy. What would this massive increase in traffic mean? Firstly, the urban-rural boundary of the town will extend through the lower reaches of the valley to beyond Gibbs's Bridge. The peaceful neighbourhoods of Nelson East will be destroyed by the scramble to build in the valley with traffic, noise and pollution. Thousands of extra vehicle movements on a daily basis will make the neighbouring streets and the Maitahi Valley much less safe for residents, walkers, cyclists and dog walkers. Children and staff at Central School on Nile Street will be right in the firing line. Air pollution in Nelson East is already an issue. The surrounding hills create a holding pen for exhaust fumes and residential fires. The huge increase in vehicle movement up to the Kaka will create levels of nitrogen dioxide that is totally unacceptable. A recent study in New Zealand measuring the health impacts of nitrogen dioxide has shocked even the scientists. This study shows that the pollutant is a major factor in stroke, heart disease, lung cancer and chronic respiratory disease. The study further shows that Nelson already has more per capita deaths from traffic pollution than Auckland. Yet another car-reliant neighbourhood is outdated thinking, perpetuating the mistakes of the past. The proposed plan change, if approved, will lead the charge on urban sprawl into the Maitahi. Orchard flats are already on the council's wish list. Urban sprawl is a major threat to the sustainability of the planet and to the lives of our people. Developers attempt to tame nature by pouring concrete that entombs vast tracts of soil, constipates the river and chokes wildlife habitats. Of course, developers will almost always prefer greenfield developments on the peripheries of our towns over the complexities of brownfield regeneration. But government and councils must promote smart towns, high-density towns that are multi-centred and have green and residential areas all within walking distance to schools, businesses and other amenities. Brownfield developments that tap into existing infrastructure and public transport hubs. We must respond now to the climate and biodiversity crisis. The conversion of rural areas to housing estates which promote car-reliant communities must be rejected. Land is a finite commodity and we must provide for the physical, mental, spiritual and social needs of future generations. Nelson will eventually grow up, figuratively, figuratively and literally. And for all those new apartment and townhouse dwellers, the Maitahi will become even more precious. I ask that the proposed Plan Change 28 be rejected so that the mana and life force of the Maitahi Valley and its river is able to flourish and continue to enhance and nourish the lives of Nelsonians and visitors now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Do you have any questions for Ms. Shah? Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Sharlin, for your passionate presentation on the importance of the river and the valley. There's just one question I have in relation to the statement that you put in as a written submission before, not the one you've just read, but
Yes.
the one that came in. You comment about maintenance of public access to the river.
Yes. One of the beautiful things about the Maitahi River is its access in terms of most of the swimming holes being relatively flat. So that access, if you're elderly or you're disabled or there are any impediments that you might have to clambering down a bank, for example, for other swimming holes, is marvellous in the Maitahi. That's one of the reasons that the swimming holes in the Maitahi are so well used. And, my concern is that any development, my concern is about greenfield development and pollution and the traffic that will cause the valley to change forever. But if the proposal were to go ahead, I have real concerns that we'll lose the same access to the river and the river banks that we've always had. People need to be able to get their feet in it.
I don't understand why that would be. This proposal has nothing in it that would constrain access to the current Maitahi facilities.
I'm concerned that the river and the swimming holes will change in nature, change in shape as a result of what's going on upstream further. And one of the things that's most important about it is access. And I don't believe that they will stay the same.
Okay. So it's not a legal access issue.
No,
What you're saying is
it's
not a legal formation
access.
of the river.
Formation.
That you would postulate would be impacted.
One of the ifs and buts.
That clarifies that. Just in terms of public access, one of the propositions from the applicant is that this development will in fact open up the Kaka Valley to public access, which it currently doesn't have, and that with significant revegetation it will actually open up more area for people to recreate.
My concern around, that would be great, but we don't need the housing there. And I guess that's not going to happen without the housing. My concern is the change to the valley with the traffic that will be in the lower reaches and the pollution that it will cause. So yes, I think it's great that people can access the valley, and if there's work goes on Kaka to gives more access, that's great. But housing such housing is going to bring about the demise of the environment.
And your key concern there is really around increased traffic that disturbs the ambience and the tranquility of those current recreational and swimming areas.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. Duncan is next. Just before, well, Ms. Duncan, come forward, thank you. Just letting you know there's a fire alarm. It's going to be tested at 12 o'clock. It'll run for 15 seconds. We do not need to leave the room. So block your ears or something for 15 seconds at 12 o'clock. Welcome, Ms. Duncan. I think, I've got your slide. I think it's worth making a start, and then, of course, when the fire alarm goes, we'll just stop. I'm assuming you don't want to talk over it.
Great, thank you. Am I coming through the mic? I can't hear it. Cool, thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou, commissioners, ngā rangatira o tēnei kaupapa, ngā mihi mahana kia koutou, e ngā mihi anō ki oku tai tautoko. Greetings, commissioners, and all Save the Maitahi supporters. My name's Jennifer Duncan. I grew up in Hope, which is near Nelson. I opposed the PPC 28. The Maitahi Valley is unique in Nelson. I'm going to very quickly kind of speak over the written statement that I've sent you, so I'm not going to be voicing every word.
Thank you.
When I first heard about the proposed plan change, I was completely shocked. The Lower Maitahi is an area that I've enjoyed for years. The photograph up here was taken during lockdown in March 2020, before the PPC was announced. You can enjoy looking at the photo. Cool. So the photo shows the view from the cricket ground. Just to the right, which you can't see, are Kaka Valley and the hills. It's a place to stop when I'm on a walk up the valley, to sit, contemplate, relax, appreciate and enjoy. Some of the things that I value are reflected in the hashtags below the picture, such as landscape, green space, trees. I felt so lucky to have such a beautiful place to go. I've got several reasons for opposing the PPC. Firstly, the Maitahi Valley area is culturally significant. The whole valley is of historical significance to the people of Nelson, and it's a significant asset to the city. It's a very high amenity value to me and many other people, as you've heard and will continue to hear. And I'm going to be speaking about cultural significance on behalf of the Save the Maitahi Incorporated on the 18th. The first reason that I want to talk about is amenity. Denny's Hole is directly adjacent to the site. It's also one of the top 3 swimming spots in the river. Structural changes would destroy the tranquility and degrade the natural character and thus the amenity of Denny's Hole. Stormwater is highly likely to damage the swimmability of Denny's Hole as well as pollute wildlife habitat in the river. Stormwater has nowhere else to be discharged except into the river at Denny's Hole, and I don't want urban runoff pollutants entering the river. Branford Park as well would be subject to months of disruption, ruining oral and visual amenity if wastewater and stormwater wastewater and water lines are routed along it, and a pumping station adjacent to the Maitahi Valley Road would degrade visual amenity of the reserve. Excuse me. The subdivision could take up to 30 years. That would be 30 years of disturbance of the ambience of the Maitahi Valley recreation areas, and probably even longer of excessive sedimentation into Kaka Stream, Maitahi River and Nelson Haven. I've also noted in the documentation that a figure of 350 was used to calculate wastewater flows, while the PPC application is for 750 houses. I don't know why that was done. Approving this PPC would also set a precedent for further amenity degradation of the Maitahi Valley, as others have mentioned. Rural land is a finite resource. It worries me that this is the only zone in New Zealand getting smaller. Approving the PPC 28 is a direct threat to the rural amenity of the valley, especially because council also plans to develop orchard flats on the other side of the river, as others have said. Floodplain modification would damage habitat value of the river and ruin visual amenity and natural character of the river where I swim, which would be completely unacceptable to me. Engineered structures to control and shape the natural environment of the Maitahi River, including Kaka Stream, would degrade both wildlife habitat and visual amenity of an extremely popular recreation area. Second reason is that we need to protect and restore nature. The PPC Kaka Valley site is part of a significant 8-kilometre long biodiversity corridor, and I've got more in my footnotes about that. During lockdown, I witnessed 20 keraru in a flock at the mouth of the valley. I'd never seen that before in my life in that area. and South Island robins were seen in the mid-valley, and I'm sure that the increased presence of those birds was to do with the reduction in traffic and the increase in tranquility. An increase in traffic caused by the PPC would degrade the area for wildlife, and I believe it is just inappropriate to build a subdivision in the middle of a significant biodiversity corridor. I can't even believe it's being suggested. Another reason is that we need a clear urban-rural edge and access to green space for health and well-being. Currently, everyone in Nelson has easy and equitable access to a rural recreation zone, which is the Maitahi Valley. The 2015 River Users Survey, 40% of the comments about best aspects of the Maitahi reflected rural amenity of that area. Subdividing Kaka Valley would push urban-rural edge further up the valley, meaning people would need to take longer and travel further to experience a truly rural space. I disagree with assessments in Milne's landscape rebuttal evidence. Firstly, where do I experience a gateway effect? That's when I cross Jickles Bridge, get to the cricket ground, leave Hanby Park behind. Not that it's crowded at Hanby Park, but it's the edge of town and you're walking past houses. Once you get beyond Black Hole, over Jickles Bridge to the cricket ground, that's when I feel like I'm in the countryside, because I am. Secondly, regarding extent, value and significance of the river corridor, well, to me, that's the whole valley. I'm not sure if Milne sees the corridor in his house as only the carpet, not the art on the walls, or perhaps the interesting lampshades on the ceiling. Milne also underestimates the likely visual effects of the proposed subdivision. To me, they will be unavoidable and would entirely ruin the character of the area. Impacts on 360-degree view. From the many, many places that I see Kaka Valley when I'm out and about, ranging from centre of New Zealand to the cricket ground to Charlins Hill and the track behind Sunday Hole, who looks at a view but ignores a segment of it? When I go up Botanical Hill, I enjoy the variety of views in all directions, the mountains, the sea, the town and the green rural Maitahi Valley. All the views are good. Mr. Milne might drive along and not look at his surroundings, but I am walking, sitting on the seat or riding my bike and taking my time to enjoy the 360-degree views around me. And how weakly has he assessed the recreational value of the Maitahi? I would say it constitutes more of an arm or even a body of recreational opportunities. Ruff and Milne noted that the PPC would, this is a quote, change the existing and baseline landscape character of Kaka Valley from a rural area to a residential subdivision. Yes, it would. Some areas are particularly highly valued by communities for their amenity, and the Maitahi Valley is one of those areas that is highly valued by Nelsonians. City Council documents have words that say our city should value the rural backdrop. Things like retain and enhance rural backdrop, maintain a clear and defined urban edge, enhance Whakatū Nelson's character and amenity values, protect the natural character and landscape values that contribute to the sense of enjoyment and appreciation of rural areas, protect amenity values, avoid further fragmentation of rural land, retain and enhance open space, protect existing areas of high amenity open space, manage, ensure, retain, enhanced. What's the point of these words if we don't do them? There are more words that say maintenance and enhancement of amenity values is of key concern to residents, and that the slopes and ridgelines are undoubtedly valued by the community for their visual and aesthetic amenity. What sets these areas apart are their relatively undeveloped open qualities. Kaka Valley is part of Maitahi Valley. The area provides a rural backdrop for recreation. It's highly important to me as the backdrop view from the cricket ground where I go for recreation. Development in Kaka Valley would compromise the rural character and amenity. It would be aesthetically degraded, and rezoning would remove public access to a rural recreation area. There are various botanical landscape studies of Nelson, and I have included some excerpts in my statement, which I won't read through now. But City Council has thus been aware of landscape values of the Maitahi catchment since at least 2005. The Maitahi is Nelson's last remaining non-urbanised valley. 2006 response to Nelson Urban Growth Strategy made it clear there was strong opposition to development in the Maitahi. And most cities in the world would fall over themselves to have such an awesome, quiet, rural space so close by and accessible to everyone. More council words say to avoid further adverse effects on rural character in Nelson. I'm wondering if that applies to everywhere except our largest valley system. Coming to transport and traffic issues, The PPC area would generate massive increase in traffic, thousands of trips per day through the most popular part of the valley used for recreation. Negative impacts would include increased ambient noise level and loss of rural amenity. Increase in traffic would also increase safety risk to vulnerable road users, particularly on the one-lane bridge and the intersection of Maitahi Valley Road and Nile Street. Walk and cycle linkages could remain incomplete. What guarantee is there that they would be built? Also, distance and gradient are definitely barriers to active transport. I'm a cyclist. I don't actually like biking up hills, and I only do it when I have to. It's true. Ask Mike. There is a very low likelihood of significant numbers of active transport uptake. The applicants have made repeated claims that a substantial number of residents would walk or bike. I disagree. The document says that it's 7 kilometres from the CBD to the centre of the PPC area in the TIR. Provision of active transport connections also doesn't magically result in people choosing to use active transport. There are barriers such as, obviously, elevation and gradient, also time constraints, necessity to transport passengers or goods. All these things mean that people will more frequently choose to use cars. Elevation in the PPC area reaches approximately 230 to 240 metres, and gradients include plenty of steep hills, and there is no existing public transport to the area. In summary, it's the wrong place. Subdivision in this location is unwanted. Consultation outcomes have consistently shown strong opposition to Greenfields development in Maitahi Valley. NUG's consultation 206, Council stated in response that they would not pursue residential rezoning in Maitahi Valley. It was on their website until July 2020, after this scenario started. There has been no mandate to change that stance. Kaka Valley is currently zoned rural, which protects it from urban sprawl. A floodplain is not a suitable area for housing. Despite PPC claims that the lower floodplain area of Kaka Valley is one of the most suitable areas for development, I fully disagree. Apparently sections that receive 3 hours of sunshine or less were removed from the plan. Does that mean that 4 hours of sunshine is enough? Just the idea of that gives me goosebumps. In recent FDS deliberations, it was noted that Kaka Valley ranks 82nd out of 209 potential urban expansion sites. So why is this area being pushed ahead, and by whom? Feedback has overwhelmingly shown that the most common consideration identified by respondents was the preservation of natural landscapes with strong support for intensification. The PPC doesn't prioritise intensification, and I believe that intensification options should be exhausted before any more urban sprawl is allowed. I'm over one of 13,000 people who want to protect the Maitahi Valley catchment from urbanisation and keep it rural. I signed the petition when I read in the paper that there was a plan for over 500 houses in the Kaka Valley, which is actually the side of the Maitahi Valley. That's what a tributary is. The PPC claims that the site is an area that can absorb a relatively large amount of development without compromising outstanding landscape values, and that development would enhance the natural character of Kaka Stream. I disagree entirely with both these assessments because rural landscape would become suburban. Urbanisation does not enhance natural character, and the values associated with the Maitahi River would not be enhanced by urbanisation. Thank you for hearing me. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa.
Kia ora, thank you. Questions for you? Again, your statement is very clear, thank you, and you've clearly thought about it and considered it. Just a question, and it's going to come up from a number of other witnesses as well, this whole issue of intensification versus greenfield, and the future development strategy, and it has talked about sort of different numbers with a clear proportion of some of it being intensification and some greenfields, and we've had some evidence from the applicant who is saying there's been some difficulty with intensification around costs, etc., but it's not precluded, as I understand it. Do you accept that there will always need to be some greenfield expansion versus intensification, or is it your view there should be no further sort of greenfield development in Nelson? Or, and if so, where? Because, what we've been getting is, a lot of the greenfield expansion is in Tasman and, and Stoke and further out, and therefore that has those issues that you're raising about more traffic, more greenhouse emissions. This site, we're told, is closer to Nelson, and therefore, in comparison, will have fewer of those adverse effects. But is it likely there still needs to be greenfield development, in your view?
So the future development strategy is a Nelson Tasman one, so it's jointly with TDC. And as you'll be aware, Tasman District is huge compared to Nelson City, which is in fact the smallest local authority area in the entire country. And I am aware that, central government is putting pressure on councils to provide, to free up land for housing. But I think, as others have expressed, Nelson as an authority needs to maintain some green space as well. And I think that we do have a lot of land that could be better used within our CBD, which is probably currently classified as brown space.
Right.
And I also think that if you're going to look at green space, it needs to be better used than single story, the types of housing that are generally happening around our region and on the outskirts of most towns in New Zealand at the moment. I mean, I've travelled a lot in New Zealand in the last 2 years by road and seen, I can just describe it as urban sprawl on the outskirts of so many cities in our country, yeah. And I as I said, I'm very concerned about the disappearance of green space.
And again, you've made that point very clear, as have others. It seems to be one of the major issues of concern is this lack of green space or open space, which is one of the clearly the issues that we're going to be dealing with. Thank you very much for your submission. Oh, sorry.
Perhaps you posed a question, maybe it was a rhetorical question, but you said, why is this being pushed ahead and by whom? I'm not sure if you were here earlier this morning, but we had a presentation from Ngāti Koata, and Ngāti Koata are pushing this and are behind the proposal, and they presented that they see it as an opportunity for them as the mana whenua of this region of that particular area, to re-establish their connections and bring their whānau to have opportunity for housing within an area which has important cultural and historic value to them. And they see it as an opportunity to connect with the ecosystems and to improve the biodiversity and the resilience and the ecosystems of the valley. How do you take that into account in your position around this development?
I think that the proposed plans for Kākahila are awesome, and I do acknowledge, the work that they reiterated this morning that has been done by the iwi around our region in terms of various restorational projects, and the current zoning for the lower part of the valley, as I understand it, would allow for some housing anyway, so it doesn't need to change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Mr. Healy. Mr. Healy. If the red light's on, the speaker's on, I think. Hey.
I'll provide a written submission. There's a couple of points I'd like to discuss. In particular, my paragraph about history repeating itself. 30-odd years ago, the area of Stoke, in particular South Stoke out by Saxon's Field, was unproductive orchard land, and we developed that whole area over a period of time which now includes integrated walkways, Orphanage Creek, married guardianship over the creek with iwi, with the eels and puha, fruit trees developed, very close to sporting complexes and integrated parks. That was our solution 30 years ago, to provide employment in this city for people to come in. Thank you. At the moment, Nelson City potentially
could become a suburb of Richmond. There is no ability to bring people into this town for jobs and for where they need to stay. It is in dire straits in the city, and it's going to expand, and the Tasman District Council is effectively driving growth. But Nelson City, in conjunction with the Nelson City Council, in conjunction with developers, have had very good relationships over time. And I reiterate the developments we did in Stoke. As developers, we insisted upon maintaining precious trees, relocating walnut trees for kids for generational use, and working in conjunction with iwi. And although the population has grown in Stoke, it still has integrated walkways, and I would urge you to go and have a look out by Saxon's Field and walk down those integrated walkways to see what a community's like that has been developed.
Thank you for that. You happy to take questions on your...
Sure.
Questions? So, I mean, essentially, you're in support of this proposal.
Yes, I am.
And you've sort of probably noticed some of the questions we've been asking other submitters about this issue of green space versus enabling affordable housing and whether this is the appropriate location. I mean, obviously the applicant's telling us this isn't an appropriate location and a number of submitters are saying not. Why do you, well, are you saying this is an appropriate location for urbanisation, or are you making a more general comment that some further urbanisation of greenfields is necessary?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, are you saying that you think this site is appropriate for further intensification or greenfield development because of what you're talking about, a shortage of housing supply? And I'm assuming that's what you're meaning by when you can't bring people into Nelson, there's nowhere for them to go or to live, is it?
Yes, I am in support of that.
Right.
Thank you.
And so why do you think this site is suitable?
The issue is that Nelson City is surrounded by hills. 8 kilometres south is Stoke. That flat land's gone, apart from the future developments of Ngāwatū and Marsden Valley. Those developments there are on hillsides, but they're being managed very carefully. Nelson City, in order to grow and provide a community that is close to town, has to revert out and towards the Maitahi area. And of course with indicative roads coming through into the future. The biggest problem is that there is no development in Nelson City, its character will demise. It needs to have people. We need to bring in people into this province so that they can come in, enjoy the employment and the lifestyle in Nelson City, and their children growing up in an integrated environment with greenway developments and integrated communities.
Have you got any experience, or much experience in Nelson, of intensification? Because again, we're told that intensification might be a solution. We've also heard that there are difficulties with intensification in Nelson due to infrastructure, I understand, zoning provisions and market determinants.
Sure. Just a brief outline. I was involved in the development in Tresillian in Attawai. That was on hillsides. And what we did, and hillsides are very difficult and very expensive to produce, but what we did was we actually created what we call rice paddies, which was flat land, up like that. I've also involved currently in a subdivision in Richmond called Padham Rise, corner of Bayview and Wensley Road. And that particular development will eventually, when it's finished, will be around about 120, 140 lots. And that's got integrated greenways and walkways as well for intensification. I'm also involved in Wakefield, which we believe will be the next growth area in this province. And when we've completed that over the next 20 years, essentially there will be about 300 to 400 sections out there. Our plan for that particular area, in conjunction with the Tasman District Council, and we also submitted in for the acceleration fund, and we got to the second stage. And what we've done is we have a plan that provides for smaller sections for affordable housing, slightly larger sections so that children can have a backyard, townhouses so that people who wish to downsize can actually have a smaller area to live in, but more importantly, that all forms of the community are together.
Thank you very much. Anything further, Paul? Thank you for your submission.
Thank you
very much. Then Ms. Barker.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for listening. You have a summary of my statement, but unfortunately illness descended upon me last week and I wasn't able to get the full statement in, so I've got my full statement now, which I can provide later electronically if you
Thank
like.
you. If you could email that into the administrator, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Wendy Barker and I strongly oppose Private Plan Change 28 due to its likely negative effect on the Maitahi River, its valley and its surrounds. I was one of over 13,000 people who signed the petition opposing the plan change, nearly 25% of Nelson's population. On Wednesday, in answer to a question from Commissioner Hill, Mr. Spittle seemed nonplussed by the objections to his proposed development and their suggestion that it would detract from the area. Just a few of the negative impacts that I envisage include increased traffic, noise and air pollution, the loss of the natural character of parts of the river and valley and therefore of certain rural views, pollution and sedimentation of the Kaka stream and Maitahi River and the detrimental effect on the ecology and water quality. The applicant's evidence has failed to convince me that these impacts would not eventuate. Any one of them would detract from the enjoyment of the area by so many people with possible or even probable harmful effect on their health and well-being. This shows the area under discussion. I know you are very familiar with it. My focus is on the Kaka Valley since it includes the Kaka stream catchment area which feeds into the Maitahi River. I also focus on the impact on the rural nature of the centre of New Zealand Botanical Hill recreational area on the left and its surrounds, including the part shown here as Branford Park, which is not what is commonly known as Branford Park. It's part of the centre, what we call this part of the centre of New Zealand. There are many more walkways in that treed area than can be seen here with views over the Kaka Valley. There is also a site of special significance on that hillside. The river at the bottom of the picture is the location of the swimming holes and other features that I'll talk about later. Mr. Spittle dismissed submitters' concerns because he said, and I quote, "We're not touching Branford Park, we're building up in the Kaka Valley." I find this comment to be at best naive. The Kaka Valley is not up, it is not remote. Part of PPC 28 proposes 350 houses on the flat, directly adjacent to Kaka Stream and the Maitahi River, and adjoining the area shown here as Branford Park. One other point at this stage, the publicity around the need for more housing is being used by some as a reason to support this plan change. However, I have noted recent reports questioning the validity of this view and have sent you links to these two articles, so I won't go into them. Briefly, what they say is that the demand for housing in New Zealand has stagnated and the misguided belief in high levels of demand is now fueling excessive construction. Admittedly, that's in some areas around the country, not necessarily in Nelson. Over the last 2 days, you have heard a lot about statistics, statutes, rules, regulations, standards, etc. Much of what I'm going to talk about is not measurable in graphs or detectable on plans. I speak from the perspective of a local resident who feels and breathes this land every day of my life. I want to talk about the connection that I, my whānau, and so many people in Nelson have with the recreational areas I have specified, and the value that these places have for us. My concern is that the approval of PPC 28 would damage those connections and diminish that value. My own connection with the Maitahi River is not too different from that of many others in our community, and such as you have already heard here today. I grew up in Auckland, but I fell in love with this river over 50 years ago during a summer holiday with my family staying at the Maitahi campground. This association strengthened from 1985 when I chose to move to Nelson. Almost every day for each of the nearly 40 years that I have lived here, I have walked and cycled beside the river. I have picnicked there with family and friends. I have orienteered over the hills around the valley, even over the actual farmland proposed for the development. Every summer, my family and I swim in one of the 4 swimming holes that are closest to the city. My 2 daughters grew up in Nelson, went overseas, have recently returned, and now have babies here. The Maitahi Valley of their childhood is one of the many reasons they have returned. We are all looking forward to my grandchildren having as long an association with the river as their parents and grandparents have had. I have lived, worked, and travelled elsewhere in Aotearoa and all over the world, and I never take this river for granted. Its natural character, the sound of the water, the wildlife it attracts, the bird song, the lack of development, the lack of traffic, the tranquility, just the mind space that being amongst nature provides. When visitors from other parts of our country or the world come to stay, I'm proud to show them the valley, the river, the swimming holes, the green parks and trees. For them, this is extraordinary, to have a beautiful river that you can actually swim in so close to a city. And they are right. This river is not just any river. This valley, not just any valley. It is unique. I cannot think of another river in this country that flows right through the city centre and is sufficiently deep, clear and appealing for swimming or kayaking, whose valley offers the space and terrain for running, orienteering and mountain biking, and that has a walkway, cycleway running alongside it for as far as 10 kilometres. I disagree with Mr. Lyle when he likens it to the Stoke River valleys and the brook. The Maitahi Valley involves an entire recreational area of historical and spiritual value to so many. I live in Nile Street. I chose many years ago to live there because of the close access to the numerous walking tracks in the area, as well as the river's swimming opportunities. Because of my choice and my opposition to the proposed development, I've been accused of NIMBYism. I find this term unhelpful and simplistic. It suggests that I and others like me are acting out of self-interest. Even just a quick glance at the addresses of those who have gone to the trouble of finding submissions opposing the development shows that most of them do not live near the river, and some don't even live in Nelson. Additionally, just a little research into the valley's history reveals its long and strong connection with the people of Nelson and the pride that they have in it. The following photos are from Nelson Photo News, a monthly magazine published in the 1960s and 70s. Their captions say almost more than the pictures. This one was taken in 1965. The caption reads, "No coverage of the autumn scene would be complete without a picture of the beauty abounding in the Maitahi Valley." This one refers to the Maitahi, autumn beauty spot of Nelson. And this one, with reference to the River Avon on Christchurch, the caption reads, Nelson's River Avon is the Maitahi, a nobler river by far. We are incredibly lucky to have 4 swimming holes in the Maitahi River so close to the city centre. To many of us locals, they are probably the most precious parts of a precious river. I've put this up to help identify the locations I'll talk about, but you may well be already very familiar with them, I'm not sure. So you've got the development up at the top of the top centre, and you've got these river holes here. I've circled the three of them there in red, and the Gibbs Bridge, which I also talk about, is circled in purple. The Maitahi Walkway runs alongside the river on its true left bank for approximately 10 kilometres all the way down to the Nelson Marina. You can see how close the swimming holes are to the proposed development. Water from the Kaka Valley catchment area flows through 2 of those shown, as well as a third, which is further downstream and off the map. I cannot see how their water would not be negatively affected by the proposed development, while Sunday holes slightly upstream would inevitably experience increased traffic and noise. Sunday Hold is at the bottom right of the map. The Waihi Takarau Reserve, which surrounds it, provides car parking and access to the swimming hole. Ralphine Way, as you can see, is just across the Maitahi Valley from the reserve, and that would be where the entrance and exit from the new development would be. After Sunday Hole, the river runs under Gibbs Bridge. This is a one-way bridge, and of course the proposal is that all traffic from the development would cross this bridge on its way into the city centre. I'll talk about that a bit later. Sunday Hole is also the start of a new cycleway which runs upstream from Gibbs Bridge to the Maitahi Golf Course off to the right of the map. Just downstream is Denny's Hole, directly adjacent to the area proposed for 350 houses. The Maitahi Cricket Ground next to it is only separated from this housing area by the river. And just a little further downstream are Black Hole, Branford Park, then Hanby Park, all popular recreation areas for Nelson. This is like many other photos you have been shown and are going to be shown, I'm sure. Sunday Hole, very quiet here, but enjoyed by so many every day in summer. The reserve to the left has a playground and a grassy area popular with picnickers in summer, but as I've said, it's directly across the road from Ralphine Way. This is part of the Maitahi walkway between Sunday Hole and Gibbs Bridge. The only sound here when you walk past is the rushing water. The fields and hills at the back are the area of the proposed development. Nelson City Council has recently spent a great deal of money upgrading the existing Maitahi walkway just upstream from here. It provides off-road access for cyclists from Gibbs Bridge plus Sunday Hole on this track here and through to a bike hub up by the Maitahi Golf Course. The resulting increased traffic congestion from cyclist cars parked around Gibbs Bridge is already noticeable. This view looks up the valley to Gibbs Bridge. The Maitahi Cricket Ground is to the left and the start of the new cycleway on the right just before the bridge. Ralphine Way is to the left across the bridge. Sporting activities frequently take place at the cricket ground and resulting parked cars overflowing from the car park onto the roadside. In addition, it has to accommodate swimmers' cars in the summer who walk across the cricket ground to Denny's Hole, which has no road access. And now cyclist cars also. Mr. Spittle concedes that the proposed development would result in more cars on Maitahi Valley Road. His vague hope, and I quote, that people will commute, whatever that means, fails to convince me that traffic congestion would not get far worse should the development proceed. The cricket ground on a recent Saturday morning, you can see its rural aspect even though the city is only minutes away. This park is used not only by sports teams but also dog owners, walkers, families, picnickers and people just wanting to sit and enjoy the peace and quiet. It's immediately adjacent to the river and Denny's Hole. The small car park is a designated free camping spot due to the peaceful green space and its proximity to a swimming hole, and there are often 1 or 2 or 3 vans there overnight. This field, however, is directly adjacent to the proposed development. How would it not be negatively affected by noise, air, water, light and visual pollution?
Can I just ask a question there in terms of the cricket ground is on the other side of the Maitahi River, isn't it?
So when you're going up the Maitahi Valley Road, the cricket ground is on the left.
Yes, but then there is the river.
And then there's Gibbs Bridge, right? And yep. So the river... Can I go back on this? Yeah. Okay, so we've got on the right, you've got Sunday Hole, okay? The river is flowing right to left. And the river comes down, goes under Gibbs Bridge. So the cricket ground is that whole space in the middle of that kind of square that the river forms 3 sides of.
Correct.
Right?
And the photo that you have there is looking to the right on that.
So the photo is standing on the... You can't see the road very well on this, can you? Where it says Maitahi Valley Road in that square is pretty much where I'm standing when I took that photograph. Looking towards Gibbs Bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that view wouldn't change. Potentially, the development is at the top of that map, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Yes, the development is...
Auckland colleagues.
Yes, sorry, I've just gone back. Go back there. Yeah. So the development is on the left here. The cricket ground is on the left, and the development is on the left.
Yeah. On the other side of the river from cricket ground.
Yes, I'm going to show you that in just a moment. I have a video taken from the Maitahi Walkway where it runs along the river between the cricket ground and Denny's Hole. Mr. Lyle seems to suggest that the proposed development would operate in isolation in Kaka Valley, that submitters don't even know where Kaka Valley is, that there are few views of it. I took this video directly through the trees from where I am standing on the walkway. I took this video from the Maitahi walkway directly through the trees from where I am standing, just across what is known locally as the dog swimming hole, is Kaka Valley and the proposed site for 350 houses. How would the current serenity and birdsong of this spot not be damaged? I'm going to play a video. Thank you. Straight across there where we're looking now is the site for the flat land development. Oh, sorry, can I go on? Yeah. Denny's Hole in winter, another quiet and peaceful spot. Kawo, like the one on a rock on the left, are common. In summer, countless families with young children swim and play here. It is accepted even by the applicant's experts that the proposed development would affect at least the natural character of the swimming hole. Black Hole, downstream 100 metres. In winter, a haven for paradise ducks and other bird life. In summer, brimming with teenagers. Black Hole has long been a popular playground. Taken in 1969, this photo shows the Nelson JC's Maitahi river races, which always attracted a huge crowd. Still Black Hole, one of my mokopuna tasting the river stones last year. Would I want him doing this with the runoff from cars and roads, contamination from stormwater, and accompanying pollutants from this development discharging directly into the river? This is taken from Cleveland Terrace and looks down onto the river and the intersection of Nile Street and Maitahi Valley Road. The row of poplars shows the line of the river. The proposed development site at the back, centre and right. This photo clearly shows the urban-rural boundary. The treed hills of the centre of New Zealand on the left extend along the valley from the intersection. Yes, there are houses on the right-hand side of the river, built around 50 years ago, but they stop at Handby Park, just around the corner. I just want to go back to this one at the beginning here, which I know you've seen lots of. But I think this also shows that defined edge of urban to rural. The only road into the valley is the Maitahi Valley Road at the bottom left. When you turn into it, you are straight into Parkland. I'm sure if you go back to the area with this in mind, you will feel it. As soon as you turn off the Nile Street onto Maitahi Valley Road, you are straight into Parkland, the beautiful green of Branford Park, the river holes, and then the Maitahi cricket ground.
Ms. Parker, I'm going to need you to wind up your presentation. You were over the time already, so if you want to kind of get to a conclusion in time for question.
Thank you. Why would previous councils have established these parks and reserves except to ensure no further loss to the rural nature of the valley? And you can see the Maitahi cricket ground there that obviously was bought and by the council, by councils past, because they wanted to maintain the rural nature. I cannot accept Mr. Milne's view that the recreational facilities of Branford Park and the 7 houses of Ralphine Way constitute, quote, elements of a city, so that the gateway to the rural area is the Ralphine Way turnoff. To me, the start of the Maitahi Valley Road is the start of the Maitahi Valley, the gateway to a valley that is pretty much empty all the way up and over the hills to Pelorus and beyond. From the top of this botanical hill, this is the view that tourists and locals do turn away. They do turn away from the view of Tasman Bay behind to enjoy this outlook onto an outstanding rural landscape, which together with the mountains affectionately known as the Doubles, creates an outlook iconic to Nelsonians. The Maitahi Valley is a designated significant landscape, but according to the applicants, that is irrelevant to PPC 28 because Kaka Valley is not so designated. I think this photo shows how the two are inextricably intertwined. This is the Whenua burial site just down a path from the top of the centre of New Zealand. Designated by the Nelson City Council 14 years ago, this spot looks straight onto the area for the proposed development. Surely it was the peaceful rural outlook that helped determine the location. Do parents really want this special spiritual place to vibrate to the sound of bulldozers, be surrounded by houses and overlook an urban sprawl? I don't know if you can read it there, but there are 1,000 whenua planted there, buried there. Right next to it, I took this photo a couple of weeks ago. There is the whenua site on the right, part of the proposed development on the left. The Maitahi and its surrounds have played such a big part in the lives of our community for so long that they continue to do so speaks to their value. Not everything can stay the same forever, but some things should. Those who support this application may deride those of us who oppose it as being emotional and anti-progress. It seems strange to me that those who want to preserve something good and beneficial for everyone are portrayed, even treated, as problematic. The benefits of nature on our physical and mental health have been extolled since Greek and Roman times. A vast and ever-increasing amount of research has investigated many aspects of this. I have sent those links in my summary, so I won't go into them now. Suffice to say that some of the benefits include reduced anxiety, reduced stress, shorter hospital stays, and lower heart rate. When so many other places in the world are seeking to reclaim green areas, it makes no sense to put at risk those we are lucky enough to have. How short-sighted this application must seem to people elsewhere who are struggling to get or regain access to nature, let alone to a beautiful river. I feel very scared by the uncertainty and conjecture abundant in this application. So many mays, maybes, and where possible claims. You may get the odd person coming over the hill on the new road, said a traffic engineer yesterday in his evidence. This is not just a conveniently close to town river valley that is okay to carve up for housing. The Maitahi River runs through the heart of Nelson and the hearts of many Nelsonians. We must preserve this precious valley for the special recreational opportunities and restorative value it provides. Whether we are involved in this hearing because we are paid to be here, or because we want to benefit in some way from the development, or because we want to preserve the valley for the future, we are all but a blip in the life of this river. In 50 years' time, most of us will be gone. Please let our children and grandchildren look back with respect rather than dismay at the decision you make on this application. I will finish with a whakatoki. Whā tu ngaro ngaro te tangata, tui tū te whenua. People pass away, the land remains. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation. Your views are very clear. I have no questions. I'll just...
Thanks for your presentation. I had a question. When you were talking about the holes, there was Black Hole, but you said there was one further downstream?
Yes, it's Gurley's Hole. Gurley's Hole is further down. It's in the residential area.
How much further down? Could you go back to your map and perhaps show that?
It's about... Oh, no, it's not on the map. It's off the map.
Right, okay.
But I can show you, if you go right back to this one here, then... can you see where the holes are there? Do you know, or shall I go to the next one?
Yes, I can see the holes are there.
So there's one, there's 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
The third black hole being where that green picnic sign is.
Yep.
And then if you follow the river down,
yep.
It's after, it goes off the map.
Okay.
So it's in that next bend is Gertie's Hole. That's the one that's right in town, in the residential area.
And is that used for swimming?
Yes.
No? Still, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Pearson. Mr. Pearson here? No. Mr. Pearson's not here. Those are all the submitters that we had before lunch, so I think we will take the lunch break now, and we'll take the lunch break for an hour, and we'll come back at 10:02. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Where's your list for today? I've got this one.
So this is the one I sent emailed. Pearson come here? Who is in the room who's a submitter? Nobody. Right.
Sorry, Chair.
Pretend they're a submitter? Any of the applicants, would you like to take the submitter stand?
So we haven't heard this. People who have said they were coming haven't since come back and said they're not.
Sorry, Chair. I think some of them maybe assume 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Yeah.
I know because I said 10 too, and they might not be here at that time. So we'll just wait.
Oh, I've got a message from creditors at Nelson City Council. Pay them some money. It's nice of them. And then the next one came within about a year. They were actually paid the first one. We find I administrated with the Cycle Trust has got, when she was new, finding your way through the council, you have to make getting all the numbers and all that sort of stuff.
That's the one with all the three.
Is that all right?
105.
If you sit on that seat next to this microphone.
Just doesn't get time to get myself together.
Oh, Forgetting I've got my mask on.
Thank you. We will make a start now. And Ms. Colles,
hello.
Thank you very much for coming in at a slightly different time slot. And I have got the email and about your concerns about timing and all of those things. You've got three statements. You're covering for Dr. Tom Jerem and Abby Jerem and your own.
Yep.
They're reasonably short statements, and we have read all three of them. So, with your okay, I think we should just get you to present all three of them at the same time, and then if there are questions, we'll ask you questions rather than sort of do three separate presentations. So,
Okay.
how would you like to proceed?
As long as you give me a breather between them. Not as young as I used to be.
None of us are. Do you? Oh, here you go. Do you want to read them out, or do you
Yes.
just? Okay, right.
I've got them prepared so I can read them out.
Okay, you read out the.
So if I start with Tom's
Thank you.
first, would that be?
Thank you.
Okay, all right, here we go. Unfortunately, Tom was not able to be here because of school holidays. Kei ora koutou, ko Tom Jerem toku ingoa. Nelson is my home. I have two children. I am a doctor in the local emergency department and feel deeply rooted in our community. The Maitahi is special. Having an unspoiled taonga like this running through our town is a large part of what drew us to Nelson, and a large part of what has kept us here. We swim in the river daily in summer. We meet friends by its banks. I run by its side daily. I kayak the upper reaches when it rains and float the lower reaches down to Nile Street with my tamariki. Our local community is based around this river. I don't believe it is possible to keep what is so special about the Maitahi if the planned subdivision goes ahead. There will be stormwater runoff and environmental degradation, despite what the developers may promise. The urban the urban area will sprawl to encompass many of the swimming holes we treasure. The increased traffic will endanger our tamariki, our cyclists and recreational users of the lower Maitahi. The health effects will be myriad. Some, like the inevitable increased collisions between cyclists and cars, will be easily visible. But the most significant health effects will be harder to quantify. There is a large amount of literature on the effect of green spaces on mental and physical health. Our health system is slowly collapsing, and anything we can do to ease the burden of physical and mental disease is crucial. This is not the time to destroy recreational reserves in Aotearoa. It is the time to build them up. I understand the need for more housing, but it does not need to be here. Development within the city, while preserving the green spaces adjacent to the city, is a far better model. I am asking for the commissioners to value our green spaces, to value our physical and mental health, to value our tamariki, and to reject the plan change. Ngā mihi nui, Dr. Tom Jerem.
Thank you for that. Would you like to just continue on with?
Yes. I'll do Abby's now.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Abby is Tom's little daughter. Unfortunately, I am not a whiz kid, presenting stuff up there and so forth. But I did enlarge this wonderful photograph of Abby. I hope you can see it.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Look at that. This is the most incredible young 11-year-old I've ever met. And she cares about the future. Kei ora tātou, ko paranga hau te monga, ko maite te awa, no whakatua hau, ko whakatu taka hoanga taku kura, ko Jerem toku whanau, ko Abby toku ingoa, tēnei koutou, tēnei koutua, tēnei koutua, koutua. Kei ora. My name is Abby Jerem. I am 11 years old and I go to Nelson Intermediate School. I love outdoor activities and being in nature, and I care about looking after the environment and preserving it for future generations. I am speaking at this hearing because I love the Maitahi Valley, and I feel that the development of 500 plus houses would disturb the beautiful peace and quiet and nature that we all enjoy. The Maitahi is a special place, and just thinking about being there makes me smile. Me and my friends would often bike down to Black Hole for a quick swim or a float down the river. One of my favourite things to do with my dad is to run to Danny's Hole and back. And our family often go for long, rambling walks around there. I never want to go sometimes, but once I'm out and about, I don't want it to end. Residential builds here would lead to water pollution with stuff like washing your car, bike, skateboard and spraying weeds. This would run into Kaka Stream, which runs into Danny's Hole, one of my favourite places. Danny's Hole would become gross and polluted and the ecology would be affected. What I love about the Maitahi Valley is its accessibility. It is such a good space for everyone to enjoy nature in, as spaces such as the Grampians can be hard to access. Yes, the river runs throughout the whole city, but the Maitahi is so much more than a river. The friendliness, the tranquility, the bird song and native trees all give it such a wonderful atmosphere that I fear we would lose this with the new subdivision. If the subdivision went ahead, it would negatively affect so many more people than it would benefit. If every household had 2 cars, that would be over 1,000 more cars zooming around Nile Street, polluting the atmosphere and creating lots of noise. Also, so many kids that walk to school would be in so much more danger of a road accident. The Manuka Street roundabout, via which me and my friends get to school, is already busy, and with another 1,000 cars, it would be very unsafe. I'm asking for protection of the space to relax, walk, swim, play with my friends, and listen to birdsong. I'm asking for the well-being of our community not to be disturbed for some housing. I'm asking for a safe walk to school for me and all other people who live here. And for those reasons, I'm asking for the subdivision not to go ahead. Thank you for your time. Ngā mihi nui, Abby. Abby. Gosh, I wish everybody could see it.
Thank you.
A face of determination. Okay, I have a... Do you mind if I have a sip on my water?
Of course.
I have a puff. Sorry, I just need to have a few breaths before I get into this. My presentation is on a completely different slant to what other people, but I hope it will be enlightening.
Thank you.
To the panel and commissioners. Okay. Tēnā koutou. Good afternoon to you all. Firstly, thank you for your time in allowing ordinary caring citizens of Nelson, especially Maitahi Nelson East like me, to present their concerns related to the Maitahi Kaka development. My name is Anne Patricia Coles. Although not born in the area, since 5 years of age, the Maitahi Valley has been part of my life. Having attended local schools and raised my children and undertaken some tertiary studies here. A Diploma of Comprehensive Nursing, Bachelor of Nursing Science and Diploma of Midwifery were later completed. At 83 years, I am well retired. Having travelled, lived and worked abroad extensively in both earlier and recent years, I returned in 1973 with my partner and small family to purchase a family heritage home built in 1936 by my uncle, the Hon. Harry Atmore, and my wife, Dorothy Annie. The house sits on a knoll with commanding views over Maitahi and Kaka valleys and is aptly named Te Monga. This valley is where I, my children, grandchildren, their friends, extended family and friends have gathered a phantasmagoria of memories, playing, swimming, picnicking, walking, relaxing and simply enjoying the peace and tranquility of shady green spaces by swimming holes. I still remember my first swim and picnic at 5 years of age, when armed with picnic basket and thermos of tea, my aunt, accompanied by 2 friends, took me to the river, an enjoyable walk away. Although many changes have taken place, the green shady spaces, the bird song and tranquility, especially on a hot summer's evening, still exist. Not everyone enjoys a sandy beach picnic and salt water stinging their eyes. Maitahi Kaka is unique to Nelson City and must be protected and treasured. My past tertiary qualifications had enabled me to work in foreign countries, giving me the realization of how concrete jungles of crammed inner city living, high or low, without green space, can affect human mental, physical, and spiritual well-being. Dr. Maria Forrester, the scientific developer for WHO, based in Barcelona, very recently released her pioneering studies showing how traffic noise, especially outside schools, can affect children's cognitive development by 5 to 7% over 1 year. I'm thinking of Nile Street's future. Johan Hari, investigative journalist, whoopsie-daisy, and author in his book Stolen Focus, released this year, points out Dr. Jason Hickles, an economic anthropologist based in University of London, quotes that at the moment we are working ourselves ragged to buy things that don't even make us happy. If we could redefine prosperity as being able to experience time in nature, to walk, to dream, to contemplate, and be with our children, how much better our health and well-being would be. Page 274. Inspiring New Zealand author Dr. Catherine Knight, in her recent book, Nature and Wellbeing in Aotearoa, New Zealand, points out clearly the benefits of green space, forest parks and forest schools. What an incredible advantage to the peoples of Nelson City and environs to allow Kaka Valley and Denny's Hole, where Kaka Stream flows through into the Maitahi River, to become a beautiful native forest park and forest school, so close to our city, to hear native birdsong, breathe refreshing forest air, perhaps sit and contemplate, hear the ripple of Kaka Stream. This is a dream to behold. The Oxford Dictionary defines nature as the phenomena of the physical world collectively, including the landscape, plants, animals, and other products of the earth, as opposed to human creations. So what is science telling us about the connection between nature and well-being? Many recent studies have found contact with nature has positive effects on mood, cognitive function, and recovery from stress. And my previous reading of Dr. Tom's presentation says exactly that as well. I would now like to introduce you to the natural world of forest therapy, especially native to one's country. Forest therapy, or Shinrin Yoku, meaning forest bathing, has its roots in Japan. The term was coined in 1982 at the height of Japan's economic boom. At the time, Japan had already felled thousands of hectares of native forest to plant fast-growing cedar. And by the mid-1980s, these plantation forests made up 44% of Japan's convert. The first research into physiological benefits of Shinrin Yoku took place in 1990. And since the 2000s, research has benefited from significant advances in how stress levels can be measured in the human body, especially related to the autonomic nervous system. Forest therapy has gradually grown in Japan, and from mid-2000s, more than 60 forest therapy routes have been successfully established. Yes, you can literally jump on a bullet-style train from most major cities and access your chosen forest park in no time at all. Forest therapy has now extended across Asia, Europe, to the USA, and even to New Zealand. In the UK, there are now 300 registered forest schools, and many not yet registered. Their popularity is growing rapidly, and the idea is now being included in school curricula in some countries. Forest therapy, or Shinrin Yoku, can be used as a classroom too. So why not in Nelson's Kaka Valley? Inner city living in our busy, demanding modern world has become an acceptable norm, and well planned using available land around city limits. It can work well, but this needs green space close by. Many of the oldest famous cities of the world included green spaces in their original planning and are still there and very well protected and cared for. Some Nelson City councillors seem to support inner city living with easy access to green spaces. So why not the Maitahi Kaka area? What a unique green space with easy access in minutes by walking, bicycle, mobile chair, skateboard or e-scooter, for example. Contrary to some beliefs, there is plenty of land available within the city limits, including an incredible number of car yards, plus old questionable buildings not in use. What a sensible use of ratepayers' money it would be to purchase some of the Kaka area above Denny's Hole that links with the centre of New Zealand walkways and allow it to regenerate into a wonderful forest park, so securing the area for future generations to enjoy. In conclusion, the history of the Maitahi Valley goes back to the late 1800s. A recorded event in 1899 sets out an alteration to the road from Charlans, where bridges were erected over the river. The colonist, 12th of November 1940, quote, Mr. H. Atmore, member of Nelson, pointed out that the only way to end the many difficulties facing the use of the valley by local citizens was for government to purchase the Maitahi Run, but property rights must be respected. To restore these for locals to enjoy facilities for health and recreation was to purchase some property and create reserves. That was from, never mind. Although a very long process over many, many years and over many obstacles, plus councillor disagreements, finally some land was secured. Now the valley boasts a golf course, a campground, a cricket ground, an archery ground, several lovely swimming holes with picnic areas and waihi takaro, plus access to mountain bike trails. But many supporters of Save the Maitahi, including more than 12,000 petition signers, fear for the future of this unique area. I simply cringed when I read some of the developers' proposals. I dream of being a thoughtful, caring ancestor and leaving a legacy as a responsible, caring citizen for my grandchildren, other people's grandchildren, and all peoples of the area's future. I do not support Maitahi Kaka development. Thank you for your time. Ngā mihi nui. Annie.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Thank you, Ms. Collis, for those three submissions, essentially. Really just in relation to your submission, I certainly receive your message very loud and clear and the importance of access to open space, green space, for our mental and physical health and well-being, and I certainly have no argument with that whatsoever. But the message that I'm receiving from the applicants is that they see this development as actually an opportunity to extend what you are talking about into another area where it would give opportunity for more people to in fact have that opportunity to engage with nature alongside quite extensive revegetation, riparian plantings, and a venture that provides both housing and biodiversity enhancement. So I guess I'm just, in my mind, I'm trying to weigh up their presentation of what the opportunities that they see, and that includes Ngāti Koata, the local, the mana whenua for that valley, that they see the opportunity to connect their whānau with their ancestral lands. How to align that view with the presentation that is coming now, which is not, as opposed to the development that they're putting forward. So I guess I'm just putting that in front of you and saying that's the challenge for us as the panel. And do you have any further comment in relation to that?
So you're pointing out that Ngāti Koata ancestral lands are being threatened by some of the development?
No, I'm pointing out that Ngāti Koata is supportive of this development,
yes,
that they are partners in the development, and they see this as an opportunity to enhance their ancestral lands to revegetate areas of it and to provide opportunities for their whānau to connect with their ancestral land with opportunities to live in that area.
I mean, I can understand their point of view, but I'm quite sure having a forest park would incorporate the area that their ancestors would like to keep as a taonga. It's a treasure. I don't feel that any form of forest park or forest therapy or forest bathing, as some people like to call it, would interfere with that. I don't see that. I mean, to me it would be beneficial as long as it's kept as natural as it was and what they would like to see as a whānau, as a Ngāti Tau.
I guess what I'm putting in front of you is that we have a different view being presented to us by Ngāti Koata of what they perceive as an appropriate development on their ancestral lands, and we are having to balance that view against contrary views that we're hearing that this is not an appropriate development. And I hear what you're saying, and I understand it.
Well, my proposal wouldn't destroy it, but I feel that any building development would destroy ancestral land. It'd be threatened by it, surely, unless they, fenced it off and put big signs up. This is Ngāti Koata ancestral land, keep out.
They are, in fact, offering that they would open the valley for public access, which it isn't at the moment. But that's my understanding of their position.
And
maybe that's just something.
But they would still like to include housing.
Yes, correct.
Good luck. I find that a difficult one to accept. But again, as people's property rights have to be respected, don't they?
Thank you very much for your pre-presentations and for coming in when you did. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Right, now, I'm not sure who, Mr. Bailey, is Mr. would you like to come forward? I'm just checking, is Mr. Pearson here? No. Ms. Corey? Okay, I'm just checking, and Mr. English, is Mr. English? All right, so you're all here, right, excellent, so we'll just keep going. So, Mr. Bailey. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Just before I start, I think you've been here for a little while, and I've been talking to submitters about time management, and you've got 58 photos, I think. How do you want to advance your discussion with us within that time, and also allowing some time for questions?
I'll just go through the pictures and discuss my thoughts about what should happen with the Kākā Valley and where I stand on this.
Right.
This thing, and
so if we get to 12 minutes and you're still only halfway through your photos, I'll call you in. Is that all right?
yeah. So how did the last presenter have 45 minutes?
She was presenting on behalf of three people. So she represented her son, her granddaughter, and herself.
Okay. All right. Well, I am presenting today in favour of this development. I think this is a good use of what has been private land for years, nothing to do with the Maitahi Valley. It is the Kākā Valley. Most Nelsonians didn't even know it existed until this happened. So my plan basically for it is that I think we can do better with respect to controlling the traffic and getting a connection to Nelson by a bike and walking trail. So this is the view into the Kaka Valley as it stands right now. This is what it used to look like, and I hear all these Maitahi Valley people crying the blues about how polluted this is going to be. This was a farm where cows and sheep shat and pissed, excuse my French,
Not to put a too fine a point on it, yeah.
right in the river, and this flows directly through this bit of wetland through here, right into Denny's Hole, their favourite swimming hole in Nelson for all of these people who think the Maitahi is the most beautiful place. I love the Maitahi Valley, but this is not the Maitahi Valley, and for 100 years this has been dirty dairy or dirty sheep farming, and that's been flowing into this river. These guys plan to put a wetland, I think it's 10 to 14 hectares, a wetland in there that will filter anything that's coming out of the valley, preserve it, also act as a floodplain for when we have floods. So I think that's taking care of all of that problem that all these people think is going to be an issue. So this is the dirty Kaka stream as it's flowing in there, and it joins in straight into Denny's Hole here. And then this is the Maitahi as it flows just above Denny's Hole. So it's basically, for 100 years, it's been flowing in there polluted. And they've been swimming in cow manure and sheep manure. So I don't get it, what they're talking about. So my proposal is that and I put this to the developers, is that they create a walking and cycling path all the way from there, over the top of Denny's Hole, around the back of the Bradford Park, around here, and across the bottom of the centre of New Zealand, which is all council land. We've looked at this proposal. There's two kind of issues. This one. One of the things so this is the path as it leaves the Kaka Valley. It goes up and around and over the top of Denny's Hole. Now, it is a little bit steep and a bit rugged here, but I know these guys have a lot of serious equipment and could deal with this. There have been some comments that this would basically cause to overlook Denny's Hole with people swimming, but as far as I'm concerned, they don't swim in the nude, so it's not really a big issue. And this is Denny's Hole just over to the left here. The path goes back down over Denny's Hole, and this could all be widened out. It's quite rocky, but with a bit of work and with a fence along the side there, you could have a 2.5 metre wide, lovely path that people can walk. Gives you complete access into the Kaka Valley and straight through there. It carries along the side of the river, down towards the toilets, carries down through here. You carry on, you disappear into a bit of bush here, widen this out, it's quite accessible. It goes through, continues through along the river to Bradford Park. At this point here, the toilets are just over on the left. You've got two options for this park. There's a sunny option that some have put together that could run alongside the roadway and right through to town, right beside. But I think the better option is to go with option B, which I'll show you in a bit, which is to hug around the tree side of Bradford Park and create something that's spectacular and thing. My thought was that basically if you did this right, the proponents or the developers could run all their services in this trail as it's being built. So you do not have to dig up or cross the Maitahi, you don't have to dig up Nile Street, you don't have to dig up Maitahi Valley Road, you don't have to do anything. So coming through here, there's the toilets. If you get caught short on the way home, when you're biking home on your e-bike to the new development, you can pop in there relieve yourself. So it goes through the park here, carries on past here, requires a little bridge over there, goes through the trees, and then this is option A, down alongside the road. Now it just carries on straight through here. This is plain sailing, easy to build a 2.5 metre wide chip seal or just a gravel walkway. And you run around here, through the back, round the corner, and you get to the park. Now going back to my option B, which I think is better, is to take off to the right through here, go through here, over the driveway and over the parking to the top of the park, and then just cruise quietly along the edge here, bump, 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 carrying in right on the bush line. You get a lovely view through here. It wouldn't disturb anything. You don't have to cut down any trees. You don't have to do anything. You're just running a 2-metre wide trail all the way around, or 2.5 metre. It's a lovely walking and cycling trail that would give you access into all this new access and proposed bush walks and everything's up the back of the kaka. Comes through, joins in here with the parking lot, goes through there, and then the two join together, we're back together again. So here you go up past the quarry. You could go, leave the existing footpath and go into the quarry slightly. These are the two options here. So this shows where we are. We're at photo 26 now, and the two are joining back together. My option, I think the better one, is the one in bold. The option A is along the road, which is a bit noisier and not quite so nice. Then you get here, and this needs a bit of a cut back here so we can get to 2.5 metres. You're going down to where the old mailboxes are, and you turn in here. Now the problem the council has always had is that to create a bike and walking trail that connects with the ones that are on Nile Street is that you have to buy land off the three houses before the corner, because you can't get 2.5 metres down there, and it's just unsafe at the moment. So my proposal is you go in here, you start an incline at those gates of about 1 in 15, which is less than the maximum incline that's on the railway reserve now. So you're climbing up here, so you're building this up a little bit. You come around the corner, you end up at that level there, and then you cut off below the existing track into the through there. These are pointers that are 1 metre above where the track would be, so it comes around the corner, carries on up, and this is where the walking track goes up to the right there. This track would stay below and then disappear, cut through. There's a level section. I don't know if you walk this area, but there's a level section there, be cut down. So the whole thing, it's about 150 metres, and at a 1 in 15 slope, that's very doable to get through there. Then it starts to get a bit bushy through here, but it's really scrappy kind of bush, nothing too really particularly significant. You could do a really nice trail through there. It cuts through, it carries on through here, and then starts to get, and the slope of the hill starts to get a little steeper as you come around here. So it's just sort of, it's not particularly significant bush. It's all regrowth and so forth over the years. So a trail going through here. My idea is that it carries on right through here. Where you get into probably the steepest section is around here, where it's at about 35 degrees side slope, is that you drive 2.5 metre treated posts in and leave 1 metre up. You backfill, you cut into 1 metre in slope, you put a little fence along the edge, and you create a lovely 2.5 metre wide path that runs through the bush. You could work around some of the bigger existing trees that are there, and then you end up coming down towards the centre of New Zealand and towards the park, and you come down here. There's a little hut that some of you may know when you've walked through there that somebody's built down the bottom. You go past that, you go through there, you come out here, and you end up coming out here on the left-hand side of that big tree, and you're right onto the end of Hardy Street. Now, then you come out, and you put a new path down here so you don't have to have cycling behind parked cars. You go right down there, and then you come out and join here, do a little bit here where that car's parked, that is no parking zone, so that the bikes can get on the trail into town, which is already a shared pathway. Basically, it's a sharrow road going into town. So that provides great access. I'm not sure what the services are like at this point at the end of Milton Street and Hardy, but my proposal was that you take all the services under this and take them that way. If it's a problem with sewage, I know sewage is going to be pumped out of there, but if it's a bit of an issue going uphill with, I know pushing that stuff uphill is sometimes a problem, but you might want to just take that down Nile Street, hook it up, and then all the other services, water, power, and internet, could all come under this path. They don't disturb anything, they don't cause any issues, and you've got a great access. Oh, we finished. You have amazing access to town. Can I go back? Is there a way to go back? Yes, there's a way. So just to go back to that map. So really you have an amazing access from right in the valley, beyond what will be the just the edge of the wetland that they're going to create, go right into the development, and then can carry on through the development to the other side to access Kaka Hill and all of those Maori lands that people want to enjoy and so forth, and the walking trails and the things. So I think it connects up beautifully. It gets rid of the need for people to use their cars. They can commute to town really easily and smartly on a beautiful track. And yeah, my other point would be that maybe the developer might throw in an e-bike to every new house that gets built up there, so there's one sitting in the garage ready for them to use. So, any questions?
I just want to say that was a very efficient presentation, thank you. It was most impressive to get through that many slides in that amount of time. Thank you. I'll check if there are questions. Mr. Brown?
So you're saying you've discussed this with the council, have you?
I have discussed it with the council. We had quite a few discussions with the council early on about putting a different track through here and making the existing track part of cycling, because I maintain the track that's now walking only around the Nile Street to the Cloyston Street Bridge, and I clean that, do that all the time and keep it in good shape and defend it. We worked very hard to get that to be a walking only track and the centre of New Zealand to be walking only, and so I adamantly keep the cyclists off there that show up every now and again. So I've tried really hard to get a really good walking track around there. Cyclists are pretty good on the centre of New Zealand. They don't come. There's just the odd one that just believes they own the place. But mostly it's not a huge issue. But that's all council land around the edge there. So I don't see why that should be an issue. You're creating something for all of Nelson to use, not just Kaka Valley.
Do you want to ask anyone?
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Bailey. You might have to charge the applicant a commission, a fee for all your great ideas. But no, thank you.
I'm quite keen when I walk my dog to, if it gets built, I will undertake to blow it off of all the leaves every time I walk it.
No, thank you for your
which is
very
what I do
lively.
on the other trail.
Thank you for your lively presentation.
So just really a comment from me at this point, and the applicants may cover this off when they come back. I don't know how much you've looked at the sort of the actual plan provisions that would be put in place if this plan change was approved, and there has been put into the document more recently these basically triggers or upgrades that need to occur, which include active mode from the area into the city centre. Yep. And talking about to Collingwood Street and to Nile Street and Hardy Street. And it talks about, it says there are a number of options to be explored. I don't know how familiar you are with planning documents, but is that the sort of, rather than, it's not our role here to design a particular proposal, but are those the sorts of provisions that you would expect to see in this plan change document if it's approved to ensure that the sorts of things you're talking about would happen?
Yeah, I'd like to see it happen. I just like to see it happen in a pragmatic and sensible way. And I think jamming a whole bunch of cyclists down Nile Street to carry on, where they sort of have a bit of a conflict with pedestrians already, and also there's nowhere for them when they get to Tory Street and try to cross over the Nile Street Bridge, there's nowhere for them to go. So I think sending cyclists or active transport down the Maitahi Valley Road and then down Nile Street is an issue. And getting them past those three houses on the corner of Maitahi Valley Road and Nile Street has always been an issue. And we've had a lot of discussions with the council about that, and just unsafe. But so I think this would create a wonderful walking and cycling shared pathway right all the way there. Even if you're just going to walk the dog in Bradford Park. You would come across the bridge on Hardy Street and you'd walk around there, and it's a lovely walk through the bush, basically. Mm-hmm. So just let's make some really good stuff, and yeah. And let's help clean up the valley by getting rid of the animals that have been in it.
Well, that was the other key heart or platform of your submission was about improving water quality. And again, we've heard from the applicant how they intend to do it, and a number of submitters, others have talked about the use of the swimming holes and how they're used. Your view, which is contrary to some of theirs, is that water quality is already degraded in those because of the current agricultural use of the land.
Absolutely.
I don't know how much experience you've had, but have you ever any experience of, in an urban environment where, I'll just say good stormwater provisions are put in place so that water quality is improved? Have you had any experience of that?
Well, I mean, if you're going to take the stormwater off there and put it into 14 acres of wetlands, that's going to filter it, and that's the best way of dealing with water that's coming off a development.
Right.
I mean, putting it out, just putting it into a pipe and sending it off and throwing it in the river is not the way to go. If you've got enough land and they have enough land there to enable them to filter it naturally, because a lot of people do sewage treatment that way on rural properties and so forth. So I think that's a brilliant way. I'm a civil engineer by profession,
right,
and this is not one of my specialities.
Right. It's very helpful, thank you. Can I just any follow-up questions? Thank you very much for your presentation. Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Then Ms. Corey.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Susan Corrie. I've pretty much just got words. I think you've got a copy, but I'm just pretty much going to read it. I stand here today not as a technical expert on anything in particular, just as a Nelson resident who wants to see something positive come from this proposal. When I first looked at the plan change, I found it quite hard to decide what I thought. On the one hand, I could see there were lots of pros in terms of housing, and it wasn't particularly productive land that was being used up. But on the other hand, I could see there'd be negatives in terms of increased traffic, increased noise. So my written submission that I put in basically sought a compromise. The idea that yes, we allow some housing, but maybe a little less dense, a little less houses, so that we have some of the benefits of housing, but less of the negative effects from the increased traffic, and keep it slightly semi-rural rather than too urbanised if it was too dense. But what I'd like to emphasise today is just that same idea that this development could be really visionary. There's lots of really good things in what they've proposed. The wetlands that the previous speaker talked about in terms of stormwater could enhance water quality. Improved plantings, improved cycle paths like the previous speaker, and the ones linking to the existing paths. But it could also be more. They could design it so that the subdivision and the lots capture passive solar. They could encourage public transport. They could have community housing. And none of that shows in the plan change, but it could be things that could be included. I also was talking to some people, and I think it could be planned so that it creates more of a community feel. It's an enclosed location, so it lends itself to a community. So there's a small suburban zone in there, but if that could have enough houses, so that you could have 3 or 4 little shops, a dairy, a fish and chip shop, a cafe, go to the hairdresser, so that if I was there as a young mum, I could meet people, go to the park, get my coffee, not have to go into town, elderly. Maybe even the council could include, or the people could include space for a little community hall, so that the community had a place to meet, a place to have activities, and make it a community, so that people don't have to travel into town every single day to, again, reduce that traffic effect. So it could be visionary, it could have more, or it could just be, here's the zoning, urban, 300 square metres, here's a whole lot of little boxes and a whole lot of cold little valleys, you know, and your way out on your own. So it's kind of up to the developers to have the vision, incorporate all those aspects in their plan proposal at the highest level. Many things are already there. But one problem I saw when I was trying to write this was I read the Section 42 report, and it mentions that there's still lots of bits missing. There's still information missing about a stormwater plan, updated maps, a Schedule X. I mean, I'm not the technician, but it seemed like there were still gaps in what the developers were telling us. So hopefully those gaps will be filled in. And I get that it's a bit of a chicken and an egg. You know, you can't grant the zoning without knowing what's coming, but the developers don't want to spend millions of dollars designing what's coming if they don't get the zoning. But we do need enough upfront information so that when you grant the zoning, you know that it's going to be something good. We need that information at the highest level before we grant anything. I don't think it's good enough to grant the zoning and then just hope for the best, because as we all know, the devil is always in the detail. So my talk today is just to say, please, if after you've listened to all the evidence from all the technical people who are going to talk about all the technical things, you can grant this knowing that in your heart and mind it will result in a good development with positive housing, positive environmental incomes, then by all means grant it. But if there are too many unknowns or there are negative effects, they somehow need to be fixed or you don't grant it. Because once it's granted, there's no going back. Once the houses are built, there's no going back. Once the Maitahi River is degraded, if it's not done properly, there's no going back. So we only have this one chance to get it right. And that's my submission.
Thank you very much for your submission and your words. I'll just check, do you have questions?
Kia ora, Ms. Corey. I just want to thank you for your submission as well. I thought I was following your vision and especially the way you talk about the importance of community space and the ideas you had there in terms of mums being able to use the space, go to shops, get their hair done and stuff. Of course, with COVID, one of the things we've as a nation realised is many of us are able to work from home still, and so not needing to commute to cities and stuff. And so I think the point you make around community space and rethinking that kind of, you know, that the developers looking to providing more of a community space is really important, because even for people who work from, you know, not necessarily mums, but even mums who work from home, that's really helpful to have a space to go to where you can have meetings and the next day might be at a Plunkett meeting or do work or whatever, have a different shared communal space. And I know that's being tried in different centres. So I thought there was a really good comment and a good observation. So thank you very much for your kōrero.
Thank you.
Nothing further, just a comment really. You're quite right, the council officers in their report have said at this stage they didn't have, in the first 42A, didn't have enough information to make a firm recommendation. Since then, there has been a stormwater management plan provided by the applicant. The applicant's provided further evidence. And the council, if you've managed to keep up, and I know there's a lot of material that comes along, there was an addendum to that report. Council officer said a number of the issues that were outstanding are now satisfied in their minds, that there are still a few other outstanding matters. So there's essentially kind of been this funneling effect. And the decision or the recommendation that we'll have to make is there sufficient information in which to determine that this is an appropriate development or not?
Yes.
So that's just an update of where things are at. So thank you for your submission.
That will be your hard decision.
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. English.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm just going to talk today about two topics, the supposed Waters Bluff connection and the Malvern Hills skyline, but I'm going to really concentrate on Waters Bluff. Got to get the technology right first.
So just to confirm, we'll get the text. So you've got this PowerPoint presentation and you've got a reasonably substantial statement with
Yeah, I'd like to use the PowerPoint if I can. It
Great,
should,
thank
it should
you. That's
hopefully
helpful.
work. Is the technician available?
Can we just check?
I'll just try again.
to move it? Oh. Can we just get Mr. English, someone to help Mr. English just work the PowerPoint presentation? Oh, it's gone. Has Tony got it? You're just getting it back up, I think. So we'll just get your PowerPoint presentation back up. There we go.
Okay, thanks. It would be fair to say, I think, that most people at Walters Bluff would consider the PC28 to be remote as far as effects are concerned. And if you read the public notice, there's no way of knowing from that in fact there could be some significant impacts from the Walters Bluff connection. The council did, in fact, directly notify those people whose houses have got the red dots in them. I'm not quite sure why they picked those, perhaps because they thought the entrance point to from the subdivision was going to be at Pearce Way. But under either scenario, they should have, in fact, directly notified those people on Walters Bluff as well, because they're going to be impacted whichever way the road proposed is actually going to join the subdivision. The actual notice that was sent to those people with the red dots, again, provided no notification at all, or no idea at all about what was proposed. So you would probably just wonder why I received this. There's no indication. So I believe that there was several mistakes there made in the notification. One, the public notice didn't actually specify that Walters Bluff was potentially going to be impacted. Secondly, they didn't notify those people who are going to be directly affected. And I think that notification in itself could lead to the proposal, that is as far as the connection concerned, to be withdrawn or at least rejected. So the question really is, when you went to start to look at the documentation, and to quote Shakespeare, to be or not to be, that is the question. Because in the applicant's transport report, it said the matter's being considered, and that was at the time of the submissions, and then it later on added an addendum saying, well, it's become more uncertain. Well, how is anybody supposed to know from that little bit of documentation whether there is something proposed or not? If you set that aside, the question then comes, well, what actually is proposed? There's virtually nothing in the documentation at all to suggest what is proposed. There's not even the point of entries I've just said is not even specified. If you look at the structure plan that was presented at the time when submissions were open, you can clearly see the spine road, but there's no indication there that there was going to be a connection to Walters Bluff. So even if somebody had picked up the public notification and then looked at the structure plan, again, there's nothing there to suggest that there was going to be a connection. Very recently, that's in the last few weeks, the structure plan has been revised, and that line has been put in, but with no labelling, no comment, no analysis. It's known to cross unstable areas and will require very significant earthworks if it's to be put in at the right grade. And those earthworks are going to occur in an area that's known to have a very sensitive to landscape effects. One would be forgiven for suggesting that perhaps this is just a kite flying exercise, such as the lack of information. And I suggest that there's no way that the panel can actually make an assessment because the information is so lacking. And to do so would be unreasonable. In my original submission, I noted that the proposal was out of scope. And the reason I'm saying that is obvious from this drawing, because the connection required from that squiggly line down to Walters Bluff is in fact outside the area of PC28. So I'm suggesting that the whole of that proposal is out of scope. So, setting that aside, I tried to undertake a very broad brush assessment, and I emphasise it's very broad brush because the information is lacking. But you can see from that diagram, depending on where the new traffic is going to come in, there's going to be a huge increase in the amount of traffic. If it comes in at Pierce Way, well, Davis Drive will have an increase of 5 times, and under either scenario, the traffic on Waters Bluff will increase by a factor of 4. And that is probably an underestimate because I have so little information. So the question then comes, well, can the existing infrastructure carry that traffic, or could it be modified to carry that amount of traffic? Well, if you look at the function to start with, at the moment, the existing roading network at Waters Bluff just takes local traffic. But with the change, if the connection is made, then the very predominant traffic will be through traffic, and that's a big change in function. And that leads to significant changes in design speeds and geometry, both horizontal and vertical. And I don't believe that the existing setup is compliant with that. And in fact, because of the existing infrastructure, it's impossible to actually modify it sufficiently. If you look at the traffic volume increase just itself, again, the existing roading network is not capable of carrying the quadruple traffic flows. And it can't, apart from a few minor amendments, be changed sufficiently to cope with that amount of traffic. There's also the issue of traffic noise. As you'll be aware, cars going uphill make considerably more noise than cars on the flat. So any change in the amount of traffic is going to make a significant difference to the amount of noise that's generated by that traffic. So if just simplistically, if you say the traffic is going to increase by a factor of 4, then the noise is going to go up by a factor of 4. And in the circumstances of Waters Bluff, it's made worse because of the topography. Noise in that circumstance will travel uphill quite readily. So even if the traffic increases only on Waters Bluff and not on Davis Drive, for example, Davis Drive is still going to be impacted because of the noise travelling uphill. So, in summary, and excuse me if I just read this bit to you, there's a lack of adequate notification. There was a failure in specificity of the public notice, the failure in direct notification process, both in area and specificity, and I believe that those failures are sufficient to nullify this part of the application. If you look at the proposal itself, such as it is, I've described it as being opportunistic because of the lack of detail. And that lack of detail is such that I believe the panel are unable to undertake an assessment. In the alternative, the Waters Bluff roads are not adequate to carry the quadruple traffic flows. There's little to no scope to increase carrying capacity, and the quadrupled traffic noise would be extremely intrusive over the whole of the Waters Bluff area. So I believe the proposal to connect the subdivision with Waters Bluff should be rejected. Now I'm just going to move on very briefly to Malvern Hills, and I believe most of the information is well covered by the Council's landscape architect, so I won't continue with that. So rather as a bit of an aside for the panel, I thought I'd just tell you about the Malvern Hills, the original Malvern Hills, which are actually in Worcestershire in England. It's an area I know well and has got a lot of significance to our family. The name Malvern came from either Pictish or Celtic, they're not sure, called Mulbryn, which means the bare hill. And you probably noticed me calling it Malvern, not Malvern. I'm not saying which is right and which is wrong, but in the English context, it's Malvern. It's an area of outstanding natural beauty. Now, I wouldn't suggest that the Malvern Hills here quite meet that standard, but I believe they're certainly well worth protecting and should be treated sympathetically. So again, I think the proposal is in direct conflict with the objectives and policies of the Nelson Regional Management Plan, and any development on or impinges on the skyline should be rejected. And I'd just like to finish by publicly thanking the Nelson City Council administration staff for running a very efficient system. I found it very, very helpful as a submitter and probably one of the best I've come across. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back. Thank you very much for that. Thanks, and I'm sure that's much appreciated by Nelson City Council staff, Ms. Day here and Ms. McShay, so thank you for that. Just before I hand over to questions, just a couple of comments. In terms of the Resource Management Act, there are particular requirements around notification about public notice and who is directly affected and how that runs. Other than you saying what you've said now, there's been no challenge or anything about whether the notification has been done correctly or not. Our assumption is it's been done correctly, and I think that is the correct position. I understand what you're saying, but there are particular legal requirements. The other thing is we are dealing with a plan change here, which is ultimately to, if it's accepted, to put some zonings in place, and the structure plan has come along to help inform that, and it forms part of the plan. And while it's as detailed as it can be, it's indicative, and the roading in particular is indicative. So we are not here to decide any particular actual road layout. That will come through a later subdivision process. So on that basis, we are dealing with this at that high level, not down at that level of detail.
Perhaps I could dispute that to an extent, because you have had to consider the impacts. And there's been a lot of analysis done on the traffic impacts down in the Maitahi Valley.
Correct, and just on that, so what we need to be satisfied in terms of the traffic evidence, that there are appropriate solutions, but we're not here to determine the solution.
But I'm not sure that you can actually be satisfied there is an appropriate solution if you haven't been given the information to adjust the Waters Bluff one.
I understand that's your position. That's what you're telling us, and that's what we all need to decide. Have we got sufficient information to be able to make a decision that this is an appropriate plan change in terms of what the Act says us to do? So I understand your position, and all I'm saying is that's something we'll need to decide.
Right.
I'd just like to explore a little your views on the Malvern Hills skyline, and that we've had a presentation this morning that compared the Tahuna Hills and the Malvern Hills, and the perspective that was put to us was that there is quite a similar situation in that you have a lower ridgeline with a higher ridgeline behind it, which actually is the skyline from the coast, or from looking in at that landscape. And the suggestion was that, in fact, on the Tahuna Hills, you do have buildings along skyline, and the suggestion was that that constraining building along the skyline of Malvern Hills is actually unnecessary because it's the comparison was made with the Tahuna Hills, and the comment was made that is acceptable. In fact, adds to the view. Do you have any comments on that?
Yes, I did read that, and I did watch the presentation this morning. I think it's a point well made, as long as you're out at sea. Because I've actually, having read that, I then came along and have looked at the hills from different directions on the land, because that's where 99.9% of people are going to be viewing from. Mm-hmm. And the photographs that are shown are not representative of what you normally see. Because of your perspective, you're looking up, the hills are way at the back, you don't have that same, if you can see them at all. So it's not quite the same.
Yeah, good point, thank you. I'll have to have another look as I head home this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, clear presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good time. I'll just check. Mr. Pearson hasn't come. Oh, Mr. Pearson.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How do I work this thing? Sorry? It's on, is it? You can hear us?
Yes.
Oh, that's good. I just want to make a couple of points here and possibly get a few questions answered. I believe this is going to be some sort of a large subdivision, about 500 houses, something like that. What's...
If approval is given, then there is a range of zonings with densities, and it'll be how the developer then decides to develop it. So yes, there will be several hundred houses, is the understanding.
Yeah, so it's not really a treasure as far as looking after the land's concerned, it's just going to be a development. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, I'll tell you, what we're considering is whether this land is appropriate to be developed. So we're dealing with, should there be a change to the Nelson Resource Management Plan to enable development to occur? We're not considering a specific proposal for a development.
Yeah, because I live halfway up this hill on Cleveland Terrace, and that entire valley there is like an amphitheatre. And the centre of New Zealand on the other side also helps bounce the noise back onto that whole area, all of those houses right through that region there. And there's no getting away from it. And if this so-called development goes ahead, it's going to produce a lot more noise than we're used to. I own a house that's probably 80 years old, and I can hear every vehicle that goes up and down Niall Street now from inside the house. And what concerns me is that if it goes ahead, my so-called legal right to enjoy continuous and undisturbed enjoyment of my property is going to be written off. It's not going to exist anymore. One of the family members I've got built a house, lives in an area called Woodville, which is where the wind farm is, one of the biggest in the country. Before that project ever got off the ground, all of the people in Woodville were approached to consider the potential that that wind farm was going to do to them, noise-wise. They had to come to an agreement in order for that to go ahead. Otherwise, they would be disturbed. They would hear the sound from those turbines. And they come to an agreement, and he became a shareholder in that company. Now, if this so-called development's going to take away my continued and undisturbed enjoyment of my property, surely I'm entitled to some sort of compensation for this sort of carry on. Now, as far as housing is concerned, as far as the cost of it and that's concerned, that's obviously irrelevant to what you guys are dealing with. So I'll leave all of those other discussions aside. At present, it is just the fact that if I own a piece of property and I rent it to somebody, I just can't walk onto that property. They've got a right to be notified. They've got a right to be undisturbed on that property. That's a law. Now, the council must have some sort of law to allow them to enforce noise control. Otherwise, they'd be acting illegally. And I can't see how that this can go ahead if it's going to interfere with my enjoyment of my property. It's going to completely ruin it. That's my argument, and that's what I'm upset about. So, am I wrong?
Well, in terms of broader than noise, so as I said, we are here to determine whether it is appropriate in terms of the Resource Management Act, and there's a section in the Act, and it's section 32, which talks about what are the most appropriate provisions for this land. The applicants are saying to us that it is appropriate to allow this to be urbanised for a range of activities: open space, rural, well, it's already rural, residential, and some commercial activities. And of course, this has been publicly notified, and you're here telling us that you don't think this, I don't want to put words in your mouth, what you're saying is you don't want this proposal to go ahead if it's going to be too noisy, putting it simply. And hence, it's been publicly notified. We've got several days of submitters, some supporting, some opposing. We need to take all that information into account and decide whether this is an appropriate area to urbanise. So this is the process for doing that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, that's my argument anyway. I feel that it's going to destroy the enjoyment of my property.
Thank you. I think that's been made very clear. Can I just check with you on questions?
And
Very clear.
Very clear and understood.
Yeah, and as I understand it, that's a law. So,
And this is the process we're working through as part of that law.
yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pearson.
Thanks very
Thank
much.
you very much. Those are all the submitters that were being listed today. So we will adjourn the hearing now until Monday 9 a.m. and we start with Save the Maitahi. Thank you, everybody.